J'ai du mal à la Yes.
Hello everyone, welcome to the sixth round. I'm alone for a reason, because Almira went to the playing hall. Let's do the same. Let's go to the playing hall of FIDE Women Grand Prix in Monaco. Yesterday was a free day. I'm Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. I'm accompanied by Almira Skripchenko, and I am a woman Grandmaster as well. She will make a first ceremonial move in the game. Khademalsharieh against Sarasadat against Zhongyi. The reason is why Almira picked up that board, because she's also captain of Monaco, the Chess Club Monaco, and Sara is playing for that team. Main organizer of this event, Jean-Michel Rapper, is president or main force of the Monaco Chess Club. And yeah, signing some papers, probably regarding some travel things, and soon the game will start. We also have Dana Riznice from FIDE, who is in the playing hall as well, together with Almira, and you can see them all standing. Also Patrick van Holland, president of Francophonic Chess Association, is today with us. Harika taking some refreshment. Nikki Riga, our dear photographer, is making photos. You could see Pavel Trigubov just behind a bit. Very strong grandmaster. And players: Bibisara, Elisabeth, Charlize, who is conducting interviews and making reports, is also in the playing hall. Chief Arbiter Stefan Skaffer, Alexandra Dimitrievich, Deputy Chief Arbiter. Everyone is eager to see the start of the sixth round. We will update you later with the current standings and pairings, but let's stay here for a while to grasp the tournament atmosphere. Thank you for all your previous comments in the FIDE chat. I'm happy, as well as Almira, that you are following this event, not just 2700 plus rated tournaments, but also those ladies. They deserve the attention. So first move will be make. Let's go with the camera to that board. Let's check the camera. Let's get the first board. We have simultaneous first left, where Dana Riznice on the left is making a move, but unfortunately, yeah, we can see it now. Bibisara d4 played against Munguntuul. Now it's time to check Almira's first move. Which one will be? As a team captain, of course, she knows a lot about her players, and maybe Sara is obliged to play that move. We will ask Almira. She will join me in the studio very quickly. Now maybe we can combine cameras with mosaic boards view, where you could see all 5 boards simultaneously. And yeah, d4 will be retreated, and it was. And now we will get moves. So both boards ceremonial moves were d4, but I see that in Assaubayeva against Munguntuul d4 was played. Anyway, we have e4 in Goryachkina against Koneru. This, I guess, will be updated very quickly. e4 was played in Assaubayeva, if I'm not mistaken. Since we are entering Sicilian, Lagno is playing e4 against Kosteniuk, and Harika playing c4 against Elisabeth Paehtz. So we have two close games and two open games, e4, e5, and one Sicilian, which is always interesting to follow. And the games are starting. Players are not fully blitzing the moves, but they are, of course, in their main preparation. We have Ragos in defense in Sarasadat against Zhongyi. And as I said, d4 was played as a first ceremonial move. As a team captain, I said to our dear viewers that Sarah is obliged to listen to her team captain, so she couldn't retreat the move. We have nice chocolates of our FIDE representative, Dana Rislice. Thanks for that. We will need them. So, Almira, thanks for coming back. Of course, viewers are eager to hear, how was your experience from ceremonial move?
I think that it was the first time. There are a few ceremonial moves that have been played on my boards, but it was the first time that I was part of this ritual. And I love everything about rituals and the aesthetics, and here it's of course not a kick, on the football field, but it's also like very traditional in a way, and I was honored.
You mentioned kick at the football stadium. I think Magnus Carlsen did it twice for Real Madrid, which I think is a big PR for chess, for all of us. By the way, yesterday Luka Modric, being 39, scored a fantastic goal for Real Madrid. So that's also something I think inspiring for those ladies who are a little bit older, that they can still perform on very top, even in football, which is hard discipline, and even basketball. We have LeBron James, as you mentioned. So also in chess it's possible to be on very top, being, let's say, close to 40 or 40 plus.
And once in St. Louis, I was actually invited on the baseball field, but we were more part of a ritual where Magnus Carlsen, he was pitching.
Okay.
And it is a very difficult exercise. So St. Louis Cardinals was playing, of course, on that day. And once again, it's so interesting to see that chess players are acclaimed by other, sports disciplines. And of course, Magnus Carlsen is the chess figure, which transcended the chess world. And
we can maybe stick with the mosaic view that our viewers see the boards. But maybe, as you mentioned, to touch this topic, ceremonial move, it's a huge tradition. I don't know where it started, but probably it's like over a century, I would say, at least. What's your opinion, Almira?
I'm trying to remember if during the first World Championship matches something like this was performed, but I will have to go through the archives.
And I think it's a really nice tradition, and being like a person who is making a ceremonial move, we had famous athletes here, sponsors. I think also it's nice that you being sort of host, and I would say together with Jean-Michel, I would say some kind of representative of chess in Monaco, that you also play one ceremonial move. I think you fully deserve, and it was funny. I was commentating that you are also captain for a long of Monaco Chess Club, and Sarah is playing. So she has I would say very good relation with you, and so it's always nice to see some familiar face making a ceremonial move.
Yes, and I've noticed a different accessory on her side, a beautiful chess bag. So she told me that she's going to bring it to every tournament.
I was coming to the studio and walking from Hotel Hermitage, where players are accommodated together with us, and I've noticed her for like 20 meters from behind, but there was this chess bag, and then I immediately, okay, that should be a chess player, and it was Sarah.
You see, now you notice, and all those details are very important, of course. Maybe we can get back to our studio first, and then we are going like to analyze the games and the openings, because first of all, welcome back to Monaco. I'm your host and joined by Grandmaster Alojzije Jankovic. Alojzije, once I was asked on a French talk show, what is it, a Grandmaster, So it's a title, yes?
Yeah, it's a title, and I would say that it guarantees some kind of expertise. Of course, we have this rating, which is very important. Sometimes in some sports, you would say that one player is a better winger than other, but it's matter of taste, and it's not easy the statistic. But I think that this rating sometimes helps a lot, which means that, of course, you cannot sit on your title. We all got a title, but okay, for maybe training purposes, commentators purposes, that guarantees some expertise. But we also have a rating, which I think it's a good combination of title and rating. So I wouldn't abandon any of them.
Well, if I may add, it's also a useful accessory when you're doing commentary. So you are here.
Yeah, actually, this is, as I said, we are guaranteeing some expertise as well as you and your title, which is like man I am, or like I am title is really close to Grandmaster title. But also you need to have those, I would say, like host qualities, because there are many people who play better chess than me, but sometimes they are lacking this, to be like relaxed, opened in front of cameras. It's not so easy. So I'm so happy that I'm always doing commentator's job in Monaco together with you, because you make my life much easier, Almira, here. So thanks a lot for that.
Thank you. So this is the 6th round of FIDE Women's Grand Prix. We are live from Novotel in Monaco, and the tournament has crossed its halfway mark. So 5 rounds have been played so far. Let's have a look at the standings, of course, before we will dive in the deep analysis. So here are the standings after the 5th round of the Monaco Grand Prix.
I think
just a second.
I think in this moment, after... Okay, so we have, it's after round 5, but no worries. So you will see that this is a result of after round 5. I think it's a moment that we will already start checking pairings. It's a moment of the tournament when we are starting to check who is having favorable pairings, maybe more wise till the last round, because it's becoming now, I would say, like final part of the event.
So Kateryna Lagno is leading after round 5. She has 3.5 points out of 5. Yes, let's get back for the pairings. And there are a few players who are chasing her. Alexandra Kosteniuk is on 2.5 points. But before that, of course, you have Humpy Koneru and Sarasadat Khademalsharieh with 3 points. And Alexandra Goryachkina is also on 2.5 points. So this is a very close pack, because yesterday Kateryna Lagno didn't manage to distance herself. And today she is playing with the white pieces against Alexandra Kosteniuk. So let's have a look at the pairings, of course. And a very disappointed result, now we can say this, for the world challenger Tan Zhongyi, because she haven't won a game yet.
Yeah, that's really unexpected info. But yeah, she's strong enough that she maybe connects a few victories in the last rounds.
So Alexandra Goryachkina is playing with the white pieces against Humpy Koneru. Sarasadat Khademalsharieh is playing the white pieces. We've seen that d4 was made against Zhongyi. Kateryna Lagno versus Alexandra Kosteniuk. Bibisara Assaubayeva representing Kazakhstan versus Batkhuyag Munguntuul, and Harika Dronavalli with the white pieces against Elisabeth Paehtz.
In terms of pairings, I would say that this round guarantees us, I would say, really big chance that we will see decisive games. As I said, sometimes that's my feeling, but of course it's not 100% sure. But I have a feeling that these matchups are quite interesting, and that we will see many decisive games.
Yes, and in the round 5 we had 5 draws. One might think that this was the moment where everyone just decided to play solidly, but that was not at all the case in a few games. So let's have a look what the second half of the tournament promises us.
Yeah, and just to say that sometimes it's important which matchup we have, and also colors in that matchups. And I have a feeling that today it's very, I would say, like hopeful round for decisive games. Shall we go to the
game of our leader? Kateryna Lagno is playing against Alexandra Kosteniuk. Maybe first we can have the full image of their game, because I think that we haven't talked about Kateryna's titles. Of course, everyone knows that she is such a strong player, but I wanted to remind our viewers that Kateryna actually has a few world titles under her belt, because she won the Blitz Championship 3 times. So World Rapid Championship 1 time. She was twice the European Women's Champion. So amazing features in team events, and of course she was very close to winning the world title in 2018, where she was playing in the finals against Ju Jun. It was an epic struggle, but Ju Jun won this match in tiebreaks. So she was the winner, of course, of the first leg of the 22-23 series. She was playing, I don't know how many candidate tournaments. So she's a very dangerous opponent, has a sharp tactical eye, always strives for complicated dynamic play. And I also wanted to name our participants here. If we go to Greek mythology, the chess Amazons. They're strong, they're fighting every day, extremely courageous, and let's hope that they will inspire, younger generations.
Yeah, I want to add that viewers could see twice, but of course it's even possible to find on the FIDE website, channels, social networks, analysis of her last game, not last game, but the game against Elisabeth Paehtz. That I was impressed how quickly she spotted. By the way, she spotted that Queen G1. She mentioned that she spotted that move in the line Queen D2, and then later that Queen G1 we mentioned as an important detail. So she can calculate fast, she can calculate far, which always is a dangerous opponent when that's the case.
By the way, the position that we have right now on the board is very well known, of course, but what I wanted to say, it's surprising to me that Kateryna Lagno went for this line, especially that I browsed through their games, and now that I know that she is leading in their personal encounters by a very wide margin. So she won 7 games. Alexandra Kosteniuk has only managed to beat Kateryna once in a classical game. So this says a lot. They played many games in Blitz and Rapid, and their last game was played during the New York World Rapid Championship, and Kateryna won again. So a very uncomfortable opponent for Alexandra Kosteniuk.
Yeah, she's ready today to play some maneuvering game, but as we know, Black is a bit fighting for equality there. For nice, knight d4. Other option is to avoid this with bishop b5, but d4 is very well known. Takes. Bishop b4, knight c6, c6, bishop d3, castles, normal stuff, d5, ed, cd, h3. I would say that this is some kind of like new trend for last 20 years. Before 20 years, not many people were playing this line, but these days, my feeling is that players with white pieces are happy with the less, and they are not so discouraged with only a slight plus. And today, yeah, you need to also be prepared against those lines. I remember when Kasparov lost against Swidler, it was bishop e2 Sicilian in the opening, and then he said, if we need to analyze bishop e2, then chess world has gone crazy. But these days, perfectly that is something you need to do. And for example, I'm speaking Almira with some not top player, let's say players who were before top 100, maybe close to top 100, and they are doing like a lot of things now, coaching and so on. And then I ask them about new trends in the openings, and then I'm getting this answer that these days, first of all, you don't know what is the main line in some openings, because suddenly people are playing like completely sidelines with in more games than in the main line. Before, let's say, you will need to know, I need to study Najdorf, I need to study Botvinnik Slav defense, anti-Moscow, Moscow Slav defense. Okay, these are the main key Indians, and that's basically it. But these days you also need to study so many sidelines, and they are developing very fast. So it's hard to understand where to start, where to focus. So these days, as I said, those opening trends are hard to grasp, because before people were mainly fighting for advantage in the main line and then playing some sidelines from time to time. But these days people are playing more sidelines than main line. So I don't know, before you could spend like few days in that line and that's it. You are more worried about Rui Lopez, about some Scotch defense, but these days you need to spend like weeks in this line because there are so many details you need to know.
You're absolutely right. By the way, Alojzije, yesterday I watched the recent Magnus Carlsen interviews, and I was very surprised that he revealed that sometimes he doesn't know which line to play. It takes him so many hours to make a choice that he allows the dice decide for him, throw the coin, and then just to be and to live with your decision. Yes, just to be confident that this is it, and you go for this line instead of agonizing for a few hours. And I like this approach. This approach reminds me more of a poker player approach.
Yeah, as I said, these days you need to be wise, and this wisdom, I think it's a little bit more important. Before, like 20 years ago, you would have like lazy people. They are not focused, not motivated to analyze main lines, to remember 20 moves, and they play sidelines. And like people who are trying to make a breakthrough, let's say Gukesh 20 years ago, he would focus on main lines, and you play main lines, you learn, you memorize, and that's basically it. But these days, to invest a lot of energy only in main lines, your results will suffer because you won't have a chance, because opponents are not playing main lines as well. So these days you're not sure where to start, where to invest. To invest maybe more in sidelines, and from time to time you might struggle in the main lines, but what to do? Then to invest like full energy to main lines and having some weapons. You were mentioning these days, even if you have some top novelty, it might not be played. Someone else will play, or you will wait forever because no one will play this line.
Well, before you could have that novelty in store for years, waiting for the perfect moment to use it. So you are absolutely right. And I also think that psychologically, before, all these sidelines were considered dubious and also frowned upon. So if you were playing them, there was some sort of consensus that, okay, you are not a very strong player.
Exactly.
Whether now, you have to be, you have to master all of those positions to be universal player, a polymorph player which can play anything.
I don't know, some botanic now goes in time machine, comes in this age and checks the game's opening repertoire of, let's say, first top 5 players. I think he wouldn't be sure that the level of those players, that's just opening. He would think that those are some maybe FMs or
amateurs, yes.
Okay, so h3 bishop.
One more thing, because here, just out of curiosity, of course, I wanted to show our audience that this, of course, has been played many times, but one of the most unusual moves in this position, I know it very well for white, I played, so is a3, by the way, played by Magnus Carlsen. You just give black the possibility to continue, and then of course, even Magnus Carlsen played this move with white, so there are a lot of replies, the main one being d5, but I wanted to show how interesting this game might be.
Let me just jump in. So sometimes, okay, the point is, as I mentioned, at some stage players wanted to play some lines being white. Like for example, you have a line. If I'm not mistaken, knight c3, knight f6, a3 now. And if black pushes d5, ad, knight d5, so what happens now? We have Scotch defense reversed, just to show to our viewers. So you have Scotch defense, ed, knight d. And for example, there is this
within the line with the knight d5, you want to
knight h4, queen h4 at some stage, but hang on, when it goes. Immediately, right? Or no?
But which line?
Queen h4. Queen h4, knight b5. How this?
No, but it's not. Maybe it's bishop c5, and then you go with the bishop b3, and then knight b5 at some point also. I think I'm not sure which one. Like, let's see.
And then at some stage there is this queen h4. I think there is a queen h4 move, and I think now knight b5 is the main move. Queen e4, bishop e2, queen h4. There is a move. And then knight b5 is the main move, if I'm not mistaken.
No, you have knight c3 as well, but okay, let's say knight b5.
Knight b5, queen e4, bishop e2. This is how the line goes.
Okay.
Yeah, and if you want to tricky your opponent, you play here knight c3, knight f6, a3. And someone thinks that, okay, this is nothing, I just play d5, but after ed, knight d, queen h5, now there is no knight b4. So sometimes there are ideas connected with that you are exploiting reverse colors. Now knight b4 doesn't work because pawn is obviously on a3. So I wanted to say that at some stage they were trying to think which moves are useful. Giri was playing h3. And then he plays like Scotch defense reversed, and whereas some stage, or the two knights reversed, whereas some stage this h3 might be useful because there is no bishop g4 or bishop g5 line.
In just one more second, I think that I was here in the sketch because I wanted maybe to demonstrate this point, because I was analyzing this line, so maybe this is also the position, yes, where you play knight b5 and you go for a very strange structure, but Scotch is one of the most difficult openings, I think, to understand and to master.
Yeah, exactly. Kasparov was playing later, Nepo was playing, it's Morozevich, it's really tough. I fully agree. So knight c4, knight f6, but now after d4, e4, there was a match between Kramnik and Aronian, and I think Aronian played bishop c5. If I'm not mistaken, that move is also possible. So instead of bishop b4, it's possible to play. I think that it's possible to play bishop c5.
There are many moves.
Yeah,
yes,
I think bishop c5 leads to some tactics, but I'm trying to recall how it goes.
Bishop b3 because you
d5. Is this the line? Is there a d5 move after or some move after bishop e3? No, not yet. No.
Bishop b6 first. Or do you want to enter this?
Yeah, bishop b6. I think this is how it goes.
Knight c6, bc6. No, it's actually a different line. No, I know what game do you want to.
There was an Aronian against.
It was Kramnik
Aronian.
Where the sacrifice the queen. Yes, this one. Yes. So bishop b3, bishop b6, but then queen
d2
d2.
and now d5 maybe, or
No,
later.
castle, long castle, rook e8, f3, and here d5.
Yeah. I recall that game. That was really an interesting game played in Zurich.
So take on d5, knight d5. We'll just show a little bit. So bishop g5, knight c3. You sacrifice the queen. Bishop d8, knight d1. But black didn't have sufficient compensation. Bishop c7 here. Bishop c7, knight c6. Fireworks on board. But Vladimir Kramnik won this game after knight e3. Bishop b5, b takes c6, and bishop c6.
Crazy mess.
Yes, knight c4 and queen d4. Let's stop here.
Yes, and I recall that game. I was following it. Was for me, it was like a memorable game. Yeah, so it's possible to play something else besides bishop b4. Bishop b4 takes queen, bishop d3, castle, and it's instead of d5 possible is to play d6 and then knight g4. This is a attempt for players who wants to play for a win with black pieces, but d5 is the main move. Why first castle? Because sometimes if you play d5 immediately, there is queen e2 check. Yeah, and also bishop b5, but this is not so important. So castles, d5, ed, cd, h3. Before they were playing something instead of h3, if I'm not mistaken, bishop g5 was the main move before instead of h3.
Yes, I know you can play bishop g5, of course.
But then h3, queen f3 came as some kind of start attempt to play for a win.
But it was played in the same match, Kramnik-Aronian, because I think that Vladimir Kramnik prepared this opening especially for this match. And at that time, after queen f3, c6, bishop f4 was played, and h3, rook e8, queen f3, c6.
Rook e8 first, queen f3, c6, and then bishop f4.
And bishop b4, Vladimir didn't go for bishop g5, yes. And
I know that those lines, for example, if you go bishop g5, and some stage there is important rook b8 move, because rook sometimes comes into the play over b file when bishop returns. So yeah, we will have at the moment we are not clear in opinion, is Lagno playing for like small plus, or she wants to get into a complicated game. But here bishop e6 was an interesting approach, because it's not the main move, and after queen f3, c5, which is very concrete. Sometimes c4 is the idea, not d4, because d4
it was played already by Hikaru Nakamura with white against Fabiano Caruana. By the way, Hikaru won this game with white in FIDE Grand Swiss.
I think
so it was a classical game.
Yeah, it was. I recall this FIDE Grand Swiss, Isle of Man. Yeah.
So rook d1 is the main move in this position, and then
stopping c4.
Yes, Fabiano won. He took on c3 because maybe by now he used the analogy in a lot of games with the structure. Black took on c3 and played queen a5.
Queen a5. Okay.
He wants to play c4 here, I suppose, but you cannot take on c3 here.
Okay, so
no, I mean black.
Okay, yeah, black is not threatening to take on c3 because of this covered check. Bishop takes h7. This doesn't work for black.
And bishop g5 was played on this game. However, I wanted to ask you, can white play c4 in this position?
After bishop g5, c4.
Hikaru played c4. I wanted to ask you, is c4 an interesting try for white here?
For white?
Yes.
Okay, dc.
And now I wanted to put the bishop on the big diagonal, but maybe I will not.
I don't believe that. Why should?
Oh, yes. Okay.
So
the bishop g5 also.
Bishop g5, but then knight e4. Sometimes is the idea. Knight e4, we take, and okay, so white is having slight initiative because we know it opposite colored bishops. It's very important who is the one having initiative.
Yes, and I think that black should postpone taking on c3, Alojzije, because queen e7 is a very interesting try here. Queen e7. So after rook d1, queen e7, you shouldn't give up your bishop immediately and keep it on the board.
Okay, you mentioned queen e7. With the point, if I play bishop g5, h6 will be played. Okay, tactics. Can I take on d5? Okay, maybe we can first start with bishop c3, but let's say that you don't want to take, because this is the point, and this probably stands the test. So after h6, knight d5, bishop d5, now I take on f6. You take on f3. Bishop e7, bishop d1, bishop f8, bishop c2. And this will be a draw, I guess. So I don't believe that this is a problem. Okay, maybe I can start with queen g3. That can be an option. Okay, it's really complicated, Almira. I'm not so sure where to go with white in those positions. I would maybe prefer that we switch to another game.
Okay, let's have a look.
Because we have some interesting stuff. We have Goryachkina against Koneru, where I see this open Rui Lopez. Actually, so bishop a4, a6, knight f6, castles, knight takes e4. And here in this open Spanish is very important that you have something up your sleeve, because this is not the case with white. You can suddenly get into like completely equal position, and it's very important that you are prepared for that day, or in general, because if you need to find something over the board, it can be really tricky. And I've seen many times when black players were surprising white players that what black just got a comfortable position and an equal game immediately. So knight e4 is very important. b5. And what's important when in open Spanish that black will have a queenside majority, and it's important to have a blocker on e6, which guarantees you that the white's majority won't start to roll so quickly. It was played by Korchnoi, it was played by, I don't know, Ivan Sokolov, Mamedjarov. Who else is playing open Spanish? I'm trying to recall some experts. But it's very viable, but I think it's the huge difference if white's player is well prepared and if that's not the case. I don't know, in some Sicilians, I don't know, maybe even Petrov, Berlin, you can try something, some sideline, and it can be also a long game. While in open Spanish, if you don't have, as I said, something prepared, it can just easily steer to a draw.
By the way, just
so d5,
after
bishop
e6, c3. Let's
instead of c3, knight d2 was played and many other stuff, but c3 is the main move to avoid to start.
No. It's actually what the c3. I know. Sorry, I wanted to tell you that here, like bishop c5, of course, is the main line, and we've seen a lot of games with sacrifices on f2 and then f6, then bishop b7. So we have bishop c5, bishop b7, knight c5, and only then this tree of possibilities is becoming more narrow, and queen d7 has been played only a few times. So I'm
here
surprised,
the main thing is that there is a bishop g4, there is even some other bishop g4 is the main line, and then you have like rook e1 d4 and so on.
Maybe yes, we should show just this position on
and
the
then
board. You can play
queen
d4.
can go also now to d7. Black can push d4. It was all played, and white is ready for that. So queen d7, knight d2.
It's a very rare move already. First of all, knight d2. I think that Alexandra Goryachkina was surprised. So knight bd2 was played in a few games only. Not in a top level. I don't know what is the computer suggestion here, but black played knight c5 in all of those games. But Humpy Koneru, I suppose that she went for rook d8. Yes, this was the move.
Okay, so rook d8. The point is if takes, and we will end up in this very known stuff. For example, bishop e6, f6, and here. That was something I was telling you about. You won't outplay. It's similar like this famous position now everyone is playing. It reminds me, I will show you. So d4,
yes,
d5, yes, this semi-tarash. Yeah, because here, if you don't know what to play, you will end up in this queen d4. Hang on, I forgot already. So it goes, here, cd, queen d, ed, e4, and you will end up in this position where you can be slightly better, but because you will recover e4 pawn, and this e6 is a weakness, but similar as here, it's nothing tangible, and in this line, you will end up in something similar. Knight g5, knight e4, knight e4, but this is not enough to claim the advantage. So that's why black is not unhappy with knight e4 and exchanging and getting a pawn on e6. Queen e2.
Hang on 1 second. Here, actually, by transposition, because in this position, let's see, after bishop b6, I think knight bd2, if not c3. Then actually black can reply knight c5, and we get this move order by transposition.
Now this d4 I think is good.
Yes.
I think
so
it's
queen c2. sorry, c3, and queen d7 can be played here. Of course, you can have d4, but queen d7 can be played here. And so we have exactly the same position from the game, but here, okay, you have a few games. And so knight c, but you need to enter this phase through knight c5, queen d7.
Yeah, so c3, knight c5, now bishop c5, and on d4 you just take, so it's not, the knight is not blocking the d pawn, so this is the first important thing, to prepare running from knight c5, and now knight d2. If you go knight c5, bishop c2, this is possible, but this is this endgame where it's a little bit different. Here, rook d8 was played, queen e2, and now black is thinking. Okay, there are few options. One option is just to take and play bishop e7, which is always slightly better for white. Actually, I think it was played in the match late in June and June. I think they played this. So
just a second. We're trying, yes, to find a better solution.
okay, so knight c5 is of course possible. Now I cannot play bishop b7 because I will just drop the e pawn. So I need to do something with my knight. Knight c5 is of course the main thing, but then there is knight d4 move. And black, if takes on e3, white is happy with that. So the point is that after knight c5, white goes knight d4, and now it's possible to play bishop e7 when f4 will be played. I'm not sure about this surprising weapon of Humpy, because Almira, here you're not actually still equalizing the game, so you surprise your opponent with complicated position. So you don't have something which actually just kills the game. So usually it's a useful surprising weapon. If something, when your opponent plays normal moves, you're equalizing. Here, white played normal moves, and basically black is still in a complicated situation.
But I think that given the tournament situation, it's important for Humpy Koneru also to have chances to win this game with black and to fight for the first place. So it's an interesting choice. In their personal like encounters, they haven't played so many games, but Humpy Koneru is actually leading against Alexandra Goryachkina +1, so only one classical game, and she won it during the Grand Prix of Monaco. So let's see, maybe it was a wise choice.
Okay, now what will follow? I guess knight d4 will follow. And then black needs to decide, either allowing this f4, f5, or maybe trying to disturb opponent and come to e6 at some stage. So we will see. I believe that knight d4 is the next move.
So you will leave the bishop on b3.
Yes, this is typical. Yeah, this is typical move, because this c3 sometimes is the idea to target this bishop and to get ready on d4. But here, if knight is already on c5, I will go for knight d4 and put. So after knight d4, black needs to choose either bishop e7 or bishop g4. So anything besides knight d4 would surprise me. We can go full screen with the camera to sense a bit the situation, also with the board. To see them both on the camera. So Goryachkina is thinking. She's so focused. We have some technical issues to be solved, and then we will move on with the games.
There's too many screens to control. I think that well, we have a chess robot in our studio as well, so a few of my friends have tried it, and I'm not sure that the score was a very hopeful one for the humanity.
Okay, now we have this nice tray with live from Nova to Monte Carlo, which is nice to see. Let's have a full screen view with Humpy included, so that you can see them both, and then we will switch to analyzing. Yeah, okay, so at the moment the opening phase is still there, but Goryachkina needs to make a move. 94 is something I expect. Maybe it's a moment that we check.
I actually noticed a very interesting position between Bibisara, Assaubayeva and Batkhuyag.
Okay,
Munguntuul.
let's check that position.
It reminded me like of some of the games that I played myself. But what was the line?
So Sicilian E6, nice C6, Taimanov Sicilian, Bishop E3. Okay, I was playing this with black. Knight F6 was my choice. I played this against Cheparinov and some other games as well. A6 is another try, and white has so many setups. English attack, then F4 stuff, then Bishop E2, Queen F3, A3 to stop Bishop B4. So many lines are possible to play, but Bishop D3 is also a very known line. Knight F6, Queen E2, B5. Takes.
No, just when I was playing this, normally I would, Queen E2, of course it's an interesting try, but things would go like this, and then you would take, and play Bishop C5. So Queen E2 is a very interesting. So you would take Bishop C5, Queen C5, and now you can play Queen E2, Knight A4, King H1 probably later, and F4.
I think that was also a recipe of Alexander Delchev. He was playing this with black as well. And Perunovic, Ivanišević, Serbian GMs, but you mentioned that Queen E2. Yeah. Okay, you are transposing to many different setups.
By the way, yes, played in the match between Niemann and Vitigov in London. Classical portion of the match. So Queen E2 was placed, B5, Knight C6. So that's exactly the line that we are following. In the
Queen
game,
C6, E5, B4.
Queen C6, in that game, they played D takes C6, which is
another
the more
try.
positional try. Yes?
With the point of playing E5 with black. Next move E5 will come, but okay. White can go A4 or usually A4 is the move.
A4
if you play E5, I can take a B5. So first you need to protect your rook. And now I don't have these tactics, and F4, E5 still is possible. And this is typical, I don't know, castles. Now, sorry, castles, Bishop D6, F5, and you have this kind of game where white is trying to play G4. At some stage, black is reacting with B4 at C5 at the right moment. H5 is also possible, but risky. Rook F3 can be played, Rook F3, Rook H3. Yeah, this is typical Sicilian mess.
And this was exactly the course of the game between Niemann and Vitigov. But Queen C6 was played in the game, also a very quite recent one between Jordan Van Forest and Praveen Balakrishnan. And so E5, Knight D5.
Okay, E5, Knight D5, Knight E4 or Bishop E4?
Bishop E4 was played, and then Bishop B4. And white had to play Bishop D2. So the idea is that black gives up the bishop here, takes bishop c3, and plays bishop b7.
Okay. Looks nice if you would ask me.
It's an interesting opening concept.
Okay, and black just starts to play over dark light squares. But here b4 was played.
B4, I also have a few games here with black. Samuel Sevian played it during the Grand Swiss. The game was drawn, but it continued, but it takes f6, like in our game. B takes c3, takes on g7, bishop g7, b3, of course. So
yeah, not to ruin the structure, and this one is attack, so b3.
Which shows us how well the players are prepared. So b3, bishop b7.
Yeah, now it's like a eternal fight between sideline pawns and central pawns.
But what was the move played on the board?
Castle
She decided to castle. Okay. Why?
But engine's saying that this is like a serious mistake.
Because in the game, black postponed the castle for a few moves because Samuel Sevian, he waited for white to castle and only then he castled. So let's understand the difference. Bishop b7 was played, then f3, d5, castle, and only then black castled.
Yeah, but the reason is obvious. I think I saw some game already, Almira, that here castle just loses because of queen h5, f5, g4, rook g1 and g4. I think this was played in some game.
Let me check.
I think maybe Women European Championship. We don't have castle.
No, I don't have. Maybe we could. Sometimes
I have a feeling that I saw the game, which is
sure, maybe like b3. No, in every game that I have, black played
maybe
correctly.
This is not the exact position, but I saw this queen h5, rook g1, g4. And that's why Sevian was waiting for castle to castle then. Because now g4 is coming, and actually, how do you fight against that move? Because you cannot play h6. If you go e5, again, g4 is coming, e4 taking check or taking on f5, maybe even taking on f5
but
just wins, and now some rook g7, bishop d4, who knows.
Luis, I'm so sorry. Not so fast, but after e5, can I take on f5 or there is some hidden motive?
With the bishop?
Yes, just 1 second. No, don't play g4. First I want to try. Do you want to sacrifice on f5 and play d5?
Well, I would be happy with that.
Okay, that's the idea. So I understand. This reminds me of some crazy Sveshnikov lines, and yes, you can take on f5 here, but it's not at all obvious.
Yeah, and I don't want to play castle, which might also be idea. I think rook g1 is more precise.
Rook g1 here. Okay, let's try e5 then. e5, g4, e4.
I think now, if you are black, you would be scared about the things I was saying. That even this you would be scared, for sure, because here if you need to play like move like rook f6 or something, you will be scared to that. But let's say that I don't see this. Maybe now something. No, but this is horrible. I didn't say. I think I don't know. Just bring another rook. Let's say castle. And sacrifice and bishop d4. I think. Okay, you can give check. You can try to prepare this mating threat, but black is first to be mated. I think.
But
check,
can you play queen? No, bishop h6.
Check. I think it's game over. Queen f6, bishop d4.
I like bishop h6, rook g7, and rook h7. I don't know if it was winning. Let's here bishop h6, and if you play queen a3, let's say if you play in a very simple manner, I wanted to take on h7
or checkmate. Yeah. Okay. So it seems to me that once again Munguntuul, on this level, she's suffering with black pieces. I was not checking all the games in Shymkent, but she was struggling with white pieces. But here it's obvious that this is not the same player with the white and black pieces. Of course, everyone is playing better with white, but I think here it's a really, really huge difference between playing against her with white and black pieces.
So Bibisara is leading in their lifetime score, but by a small margin, +1. She won one classical game against Batkhuyag. And she is fully concentrated now because I think that she knows that this is the first critical moment and maybe the crucial moment of this game. If she spots that Queen H5, F5, and Rook G1 is possible, then her attack might be unstoppable.
But I think that she knows the game of Sevian. And in that game, once again, Bishop B7 was played, and after F3, D5, right? D5 castle, black castle. So she knows that this was the way. So if Sevian plays Bishop B7 to provoke F3, my logic will say, okay, so if Sevian was provoking this move, so that means that I should exploit in this position that I don't have F3. Queen H5 is the move then to make, and then after F5 you need to realize that G4 is so tempting, but you need to prepare it, and Rook G1. I'm pretty sure that she will find this, that Queen H5 will be followed. But let's check for a second. Let's stay for a second. Here, maybe we can also go full screen to sense her body language. She's obviously focused on king side. But first, some things to be solved.
No, I was trying to find another reply to Queen H5, F5, and Rook G1.
Okay, Queen H5,
F5 is
you cannot play, yeah, H6.
No, but then F5 and then Rook G1. Can we try something here, if not E5? Is there another way? Rook F6, Rook
F6, G4, and
Rook
then
G6, and then you castle. Yes.
Yeah, and then F4 just, I guess, wins, and G5.
No, but I wanted to try Rook G6, but you castle, of course, and then this is it.
Now White is already asking some questions, and of course King B1, Bishop C1 is a defensive resource if something goes wrong.
So this doesn't work. What else?
Yeah, this is the move you want to make. Queen H5.
And so how many moves do we have on the board? 13 moves, and White has already the opportunity to launch
the winning advantage. You see that engine bar is in White's favor, but she needs to sense this moment. From previous experience, she is the player who doesn't hesitate to enter some complications. So I'm pretty sure that Queen H5 is her main candidate at this particular moment, but only this Rook G1, G4 maybe is bothering her, and she's trying to calculate
a bit further.
Is there any way for black to create a counterplay in that line?
Bibisara is leading in the standings in the Grand Prix series because she was playing the first two events and very successfully. So finished second in Tbilisi and third in Shymkent. This is her last event, so maybe this is the moment where we can show the standings, remind our viewers about the Grand Prix system as well. So first of all, here are the standings after the 2 events. So 20 players participate in this series, and only 2 players will have a chance to qualify for the candidates tournament. So after completing 3 events, and so before the Grand Prix were played in a 12-player round robin, so the system was changed recently. So players scores Grand Prix points. It depends on their, of course, standings after each event. And this is the beginning of their journey for the World Championship title.
Yeah. In the meantime, let's go back to our 2 games we were following, because we have some events there. So in Humpy or Goryachkina versus Humpy, 94 was played. The move we were mentioning, and the most obvious one now, bishop e7 and bishop g4, but we have already some action in the game Lagno versus Kosteniuk. Also, I think this is the position we mentioned.
Yes, I she went for this line, but
so queen f3, c5, rook d1, and then she took on c3. No, she played queen e7, sorry. Bishop g5, h6, knight d5, takes.
We mentioned this one, but of course the opposite color bishops guarantee the draw.
Liquidating line, rook d8, important move. Of course, without the rooks, it would be immediate draw, but the rooks are making black's life harder, because long-term white can squeeze something, but it's very important that black is active at the moment. So the point was to stop the penetration to d2, and now black is thinking. Okay, rook e8 is the first candidate.
But what was just a second, because I was thinking, so I like the move king f8. We've seen it a lot during this tournament, but then after rook e1, which was played, so if I try to play rook d2, so rook e8, then bishop f8, wasn't it better to activate rook c8? Okay, this is a nice.
And then start.
This is a nice move.
Rook c8, and okay, black can play something like g6, but then white has some more, I would say, a little bit more open hands, and then she will kick the rook from d2. But it's understandable decision. So king f8 was played with the idea to stop rook e8, rook e2, and now if I go rook e8, it's necessary, I guess, to play rook d2. But then I give check, and I don't believe that black can be in danger.
But you cannot stay on the second line. Maybe you can play bishop b4 and
immediately
and rook e2.
Okay, that's also reasonable, because if you rook d7, I go rook e7 first, check, and then whatever, and then rook e7. And just to say that, for example, this position, it should be a dead draw, although white can start pushing a bit, but it's a draw, because the point is, even if you make a passer, it won't be easy to make a passer, but anyway, it will be just, black will just stay with the diagonal g1 a7. So I'm curious to see, will now Alexandra, okay, so the move was, okay, rook e2. Will she play rook e8, or she's calculating also bishop e4 to prepare rook d2? That's also an option. Rook coming to d2. But it's similar like we had situation in previous rounds in this tournament. Everything looks good for black, but it's also a matter of taste. Some things are annoying you a little bit more than others. Okay, so in Humpy, so she went for this disturbing with bishop g4.
But we haven't seen the game between Harika Dronavalli and
Yeah,
Elisabeth.
let's go and just to say that here h4 was played by Bibisara, which means that her shape is not great in this tournament because in her prime she would go for the main, like
Queen h5.
winning subsequent of the moves. Okay, so you mentioned Harika.
Yes, this one I haven't seen at all.
Yeah, and also Sarasadat we haven't checked, but never mind. Let's start with one. So they went for this line, g6, e4.
So Elisabeth wanted to have the dragon structure.
Yeah, okay, so she invited white to enter Marozzi. Now there are several ways, like knight c6, d6, queen a5 to avoid entering Marozzi, but basically people are entering. Bishop e3, the main move. And now knight f6, knight c3 is like a main line. But here queen b6 was played. Queen b6 was played, and then knight b3, that's unknown. Queen b4 is possible to play, but it's risky. Even knight c3, but black can go bishop d2 first. So here knight b3, queen d8 was played to return the queen. Knight c3, bishop c3 is tempting sometimes to make, but usually white then plays on the king side and it's slightly better. d6, castles, knight f6, castles. The point is that we have usually this position with the knight in d4, but actually it happened. So white lost tempi with her knight, black lost with her queen, and we have the same main line. h3 played. This is a new way of, okay, not a new way, but before f3 was, queen d2 was the main line. Knight d4, bishop d4, bishop c6, f3, knight d7, bishop e3, knight c5, b3, let's say a5, rook f to c1, queen b6, rook b1, rook f to c8, and then there is this famous rook c2 move with the point of queen b4, queen c1, and you're on time to play a3. And then there are several ways for black to play. Black can even start playing h5, king h7, queen h8, and so on and so on. So this is like non-Marozzi tabia, but here after bishop d7, h3 was played, which was played before by Drakin, I think, and some others.
But I wanted to show you that I think that Harika, when she played knight c3, she invited Elisabeth to try a different line, and I'm not sure why Elisabeth didn't go for this structure, because there is a very interesting try here. What do you think?
In this position?
Yes, for
yeah,
black.
I mentioned bishop c3, but I don't know.
Yes,
there
bishop
anything?
c3, yes, d takes, b takes c3, of course, then you simply play knight f6, because very often white players avoid this, this structure. They don't want to play it, because you have to be very accurate and at the same time push c5, you know, at the moment where you need to open the position. So
it's possible to play it even in Sicilian set some, as I mentioned, but usually in hands of a good attacking player, h4, h5 later at some stage becomes deadly.
I'm not sure, you know, it was, let's say, just a second. Bishop c3, b takes c3, knight f6. What do you do? f3 was played by Oreshchenko against Vitubov last year. d6.
Yep.
Bishop b2. And then b6. Black claims that their
black
position
was not castling.
Yes, is very solid. And a little bit, of course, we don't have the Nimtsu structure because the position is not closed, but black is trying to dance around this c4 and c3 pawn.
It's possible, as I mentioned. You have this in Taimanov and so on. Usually, white is as I said, in hands of a good player, white is having initiative, later, but I don't know, it's hard to say. Let's say that I start with bishop a6, not
Mhm.
allowing you a castle.
You want to play bishop g7?
Not yet.
Not
I
yet.
just want to castle later. If you don't castle later, you will start targeting my c
Mhm.
pawn, I guess, somehow.
Can I play bishop b7 first?
Bishop b7,
Mhm.
normal move. I
Mhm.
castle. You play rook c8 or not.
It's interesting. So if I'm not castle, can I castle queen side here? Queen c7?
Queen c7, you can.
And what do you do
Okay,
here?
if you castle queen c7, I will push a4. So
Mhm.
I start with some move, let's say queen d2.
Mhm.
Because I don't believe that castle now it's a good idea because of a4. So something is needed.
I have to wait a
different.
little bit. Can I attack the pawn on c4 immediately, or let's say
Yeah, it's
knight e5?
possible. I
Mhm.
will just leave it somehow. Either maybe.
No, but I think that here you have to sacrifice a pawn or just to play.
Yeah,
with
as
the
I
pawn
said,
down.
I like to play those. This is my style. I like to play
Oh.
those positions. But okay, some bishop g7.
Yes, of
so
course.
maybe rook g8 first. You need to play to top this bishop g7, and then we are playing this
Yes,
position.
you're absolutely right.
Know.
So rook g8 first, and then knight
Let's
e5.
say a4. You
Mhm.
go knight e5,
Knight e5.
and we are playing this position. I don't know. Maybe a5. You take, I take, or maybe move the queen, something like this. I like to play those positions, but white also needs to take some risk.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, but here it's more interesting because I played already rook g8, so I can no longer castle, and after a5, my king is
should
stuck
stay in
the
the center.
of
Sometimes
course.
there are g4 motives, but okay, first black needs
Maybe
to
knight
solve
a5 here.
knight a5, knight takes a5,
So I'll take.
b8. Maybe I move the king.
Mhm.
Maybe you push g5 or not. And now it's a mess. And who feels better here? I don't know. Bishop b5. I played my rook or queen a4. It's a like complete mess. And
But can bishop c6?
bishop c6. Okay.
Fine, no. Oh, queen c4, rook c8. I still have a few moves.
Okay.
What do you think?
Okay, queen a5, you cannot take the queen, so you need to play rook
I still
c8.
have rook c8.
Rook
Yes.
c8 only move.
Saved.
Okay, I don't
The
know.
only move. Queen c6. And bishop b5.
As I said, it's dangerous. I'm always believing in white's
Initiative.
chances, but also white might get sometimes punished later. I don't know. Probably white is not in danger, but it's an option.
No, that's what I wanted to say, that she invited Elisabeth to try this line. Does it mean that she analyzed it? Because she could have avoided.
And you are completely right. Usually, players who are playing this kind of setup with postponing knight f6 are actually happy to enter this position. So this is a different approach. Either you enter immediately like a normal Maroczy line, or you're trying to swindle around. So what happened here? H3 was played. This is these days everyone is playing.
Yes, so knight f6, just a second.
I think it's not important. You can go to the main line. Just you don't need to play queen b6. Okay.
Yes, it's okay.
The knight will go back. Castle d6. Knight goes back to d4. You play knight d4.
Yes, it's just that
and then bishop
and
d7.
then we have so many
bishop
games.
d7, h3.
H3.
Yeah.
Have to scroll down a little.
Yeah, but they're playing this. If I'm not mistaken, I'm draking some others, but it was played. Yeah. Yeah, but you have, I think, classical games of draking. He played this. You have it, him, on top.
I guess that, no,
okay, this is titles, but this one
this
ahead. No.
Also Blitz.
But maybe when his rating was not, I don't know. I if I'm not mistaken, he was playing this.
No, maybe this, but it was played in Zagreb, actually, yes. So, but they almost always go, of course, for knight d4. What was played? Yes.
This tournament of peace was a heritage tournament. Everyone played Petrosyan, Korchnoi, Spassky, and maybe not Spassky, I'm not sure. But Bobby won it in 1970. You know, he won first this Herceg-Novi Blitz, where he scored heavily. Maybe he was like 3 points ahead, or maybe even more ahead of Korchnoi, if I'm not mistaken. So he just crashed everyone. Then he came to Zagreb, and he came to the playing hall, and he wanted to show the games from Herceg-Novi. He was showing to some IMs, GMs, Croatian, former Yugoslavia, and then he checked the playing hall. The light is not good. Heating, it's too cold. I don't play. And they found a substitute, some IM, and then the guy is already paired, Maragunic, and then Bruno Parma, who was like Yugoslavian grandmaster, very good one, not losing so often. He was, I think, playing first board. And then he was friend with Bobby. He came to the room and said, Bobby, but you should play. No, I don't want to play. And first round he was paired against Parma. And then Parma said, but Bobby, you know who is celebrating? And he said, who? His Soviets. They're happy. They will win the tournament without you and everything. Really? Let's go and play. And then he won against him and he won the tournament. So knight d4, bishop d4, bishop c6. So I think that was
a beautiful argument. Yes.
because you know that sometimes you're driven by something else, not your maybe
no,
like
not your own,
yeah, but to maybe burn the others.
No, but the thing is, maybe we should call this motivation out of spite. Yes, out of spite is a very powerful motivation as well.
Yeah, but this tension was so high at that time. So I think if there were not Soviets in the tournament, he wouldn't play. But
of course,
this historical Cold War situation was really everywhere. Bishop
c6. No, because everything. What is the position actually? C takes d6.
So everything was played.
Yes.
So knight d4, bishop d4, bishop c6. I think queen c2 was played as a main move.
This is all known.
Yeah, a5, rook d1, a4,
c5 is
c5
the main
exactly,
line.
and takes.
And who is thinking right now?
Bishop f3 was played. I'm not familiar with that move.
a3.
A3 is the main move.
Yes, a few times. This is the main move. Bishop f3 was played as well. Dragnev, yes, they made the draw. But the thing is, it allows a3. So Elisabeth is thinking for the moment, I think that she's aware that a3 is White's main move. So now you can play a3.
Okay, a3, b3. So let me try to grasp the logics behind. So why not bishop f3?
You see, a3 was
okay, so after a3 they play what? Rook e8.
After a3, yes.
I guess they play rook a3 of white. They play rook f to e8, I think.
Yes, rook f8.
Okay, so she's preparing for that. Okay, rook e8 and then bishop f3 is possible to play. So she's playing bishop f3.
What surprises me, I can't find a classical game. Okay, I found one classical game played by an Indian player here, by the way, and he played a3, rook f8, bishop d3. So let's try and find out if bishop f3, instead of bishop d3, by the way, is a better spot for the bishop here. Because Harika decided to place the bishop on f3, which is not a very natural place for the bishop.
If I would be black, I would think, is there any chance that I don't play rook f to e8 now? Because you are overprotecting something which maybe I don't need to attack. So is there any option for black not to play rook f to
Elisabeth is leaning towards the a pawn, but by the way, I thought, okay, bishop f3. Let's play the useful move, which you need to make here anyway. Rook f e8.
Yeah, but
what is your next move with white?
Rook e1. The double, I guess. I was thinking just one thing. So you're protecting e4. How about playing something like h5 and maybe transferring the knight to g5 at some stage? But okay, I don't need to hurry.
But h5 is a useful move sometimes.
If you play rook e1, yeah, can I play it without a3? Without rook e8? Maybe I cannot. Maybe I need to play rook e8 anyway.
But what? Okay, let's.
I was
let's
thinking
start
to
maybe.
avoid rook e8, but I don't see. So if I go h4, maybe this h4 is not necessary.
But then bishop f3. Let's try a3. If she allows us to do it anyway.
a3, b3. What else?
b3. Rook e8. So let's just play this position with the move a3 and b3 included. What does it change for us? So rook e1 here.
Rook e1.
So I thought maybe this rook is hanging sometimes, you know, the queen on a5, and you can play d5 here. Can you?
No, d5 is a great move. Now I'm thinking that so engines are not playing a3 for black because they're saying that b3 is better for white, and now some subtle she played a3. Now some subtle play with queen b1 and something, for example, but human won't play this.
Unless she has analyzed this position.
Okay, now queen b1 with the point of b4 now spotted it. So if you go queen b4, I need to play like super subtle stuff, and actually it has some sense, but this is really tough to find. If she's not aware of that move, you can put a test in front of, I don't know, some grandmasters and ask them why a3 is wrong, and if you get this answer, I don't know, 1 out of 5, I think that would be a good score, that someone says that it's bad because you play b3 and then queen b1, queen a1. I don't believe in that, but I'm not buying it. But
let's demonstrate maybe the variation after b3, rook e8, rook e1, d5.
Let's just first clarify. Almira is after a3, b3 only move. I guess it is.
Then I will simply take on b2.
Yeah.
Of course,
so b3 must be played.
Yes.
Okay. So any other response, it's not good for white. So b3 will happen. And we mentioned rook
e8, rook f8.
Okay.
So if you play rook f1, that's why
There
I thought that maybe d5 is possible.
And then there are
then you take
tactics for black, and this is splendid.
So bishop g7, king g7. Black is fine here.
Black is great. So here you don't want to play rook f to e1. You need to do something else.
Let's see. By the way, Elisabeth is wearing our new sweatshirts. Monaco is written, of course.
Sorry for it. I came to the elevator together with her and her mom, and mom was also wearing Monaco hoodie.
So we have white one, a red one, the colors of the national flag, and yes, yesterday I saw them walking wearing Monaco white and Monaco red sweatshirts during the evening. But here, if you're not aware of this idea, Queen B1 and Queen A1, which is incredibly interesting, but I think that Harika either analyzed this position, so she will go for this line after Rook E8. Either she will choose something more human. I don't know. Like
let's just check Rook Queen B1.
So what can you do here after Queen B1?
Okay, Queen G5 springs to mind, because now I might go something, try to keep an eye on F3.
Maybe you also want to play knight d7, knight d5.
Yeah, knight d7 as you mentioned.
You wanted to bring first rook to g5, queen to g5, and then knight to e5.
Maybe knight d7 immediately is an option, but then I will be pawn. Okay, no, it's also possible. And then b4 is coming. No, I don't want to.
So this is actually one of the ideas behind the move queen b1. It's not only queen a1, but if I will play, because knight d7 is a very natural maneuver. You want to bring the knight to e5 and challenge this bishop on f3. And that's why I was thinking that it's an unusual square for the bishop here.
I understand it. But I'm thinking now, how about instead of rook e8, if I go b5 and b4, what's then? I'm now controlling this b4 square.
So how can we continue here?
Okay, now we are getting some insights about the position, that maybe there is a reason why they play a3 instead of bishop f3. Okay, so what to do now?
I was calculating first e5, but I think after d takes e5, black is simply winning, if not better, no?
e5, I can
because
take, you mentioned, you're right.
So bishop c6,
E takes
yes.
d4,
Bishop a8, what do you think?
dc, and then when b4 comes, of course, that only black can
But this is the first line you have to look at, because after bishop f3, white is actually winning after e takes f6, so you have to calculate this immediately.
Also bishop f6, rook d6.
But you can take on c3.
But okay, I won't be in danger if I'm, I don't know, rook d8 first, maybe 8 to d8 to rook c8, maybe rook c8 first, you go to c1, I exchange and come to d8, and bishop b2 is always coming. Okay, but king f1, b4, let's say king e2, bishop c3, but I cannot, I will play g5, I cannot lose this as a black.
But can you lose this with white?
Don't believe.
No, you have to play e5.
Don't believe. Is there anything else? Okay, yes. I can take with the bishop and to stay with queens on the board. But no, taking with the queen is okay. So she's calculating maybe. But b5 was not played. Sorry, played. We are discussing something.
What was played, by the way?
Nothing yet. a3 only played. Okay. Am I threatening b4? Probably I do. Okay, Almira. At the moment, I think we can switch to our last game, which we haven't covered. It's Sarasadat against Zhongyi.
Let me have
it was Rogozin, which transposed to Nimzo India with bishop d2. Knight f3, b6, yes, cd, ed, this all known. c1. Usually white is happy to play this position if the knight is on g1, so that knight can come to e2, but also with knight f3 is possible. Knight c6, knight e5, this is now the main theory. cd, knight c6. The point is that white wants to transfer with this Mahagonov maneuver on the other side. This was played many times by Kamer, by Chaparino, many players. Queen d7. You need to, I will help you.
No,
so which move you have? So cd, ed, rook c1, bishop e7 now. Bishop e7.
You shouldn't play bishop b7 first, okay.
Bishop d3, c5, castles, knight c6. So instead of bishop b7, knight c6, knight e5, and then she plays bishop e7, and then you will have the same position with many games, I guess. f4.
Yes, now it transposes, of course.
f4.
But it's interesting why she started with bishop b7 and not bishop b7, but okay. So Carlsen, не помнящий blitz game, which was played in November 1924, so bishop e1.
But here f4 was played instead of bishop, the main move.
C takes.
Yes.
Knight c6.
Yes.
Bishop c6.
And ed.
takes d4.
You should have some more games, but okay. No, instead of queen d7. Okay, here. You should have some more games, but only not many.
Not with this move order, so not a very recent one.
Something is strange. Let me try to. It looks
And actually, I like the way.
So maybe f4, it's not the right move in this position.
But actually, yes, if we come to that position, I like the way Wojtaszek Radoslav played against Michal Krasenkov, because he decided not to play queen d7 in the position where Tanzangiev went for queen d7. He started immediately with b5. So he thought that maybe here, while the pawn on b2 is not protected, you can play queen b6. Of course, black needs to prepare b5, and that's why she played queen d7. But here, I think you can play b5.
Okay, but she played queen d7. But hang on, instead of f4, so you said Magnus was playing bishop e1.
Yes.
So how many games were played in that position instead of f4?
There were a lot of games, so f4 is not
F4
at
is
all a
not,
main move.
not
Yes.
the main move.
You can have knight e2 also,
Yeah,
but
Bluebaum's games are
Yes.
known. Bluebaum is a specialist.
so he tried a3 here. He almost always actually plays e3 here. So yes, it's the main move for him. But Magnus played bishop e1 because he doesn't want to play
Yeah,
this
but-
position with the pawns on d4 and f4 actually.
So knight e5, bishop e7, bishop e1, bishop d6, right? And then f4, I think, is the
Yes.
main. And now you should have like many games. Or
Let's see,
bishop d6 and now f4. I think here you should have
She takes d4. Let's see.
knight c6, ed.
Still you get this position. But the bishop is on d6.
Yes.
Okay, so you can't. Here you take.
And knight e2. This is the trick. I know this trick. cd, knight c6. That's why bishop e1 you need to move to get away from this tempo, and then you play knight e2.
And then d4.
Target the bishop. If the bishop was now on d2, then d3 would work. And here, after bishop d7, you take with the knight. That's sometimes an option and the concept. So, but there was a game European Team Championship. Kamer was playing with black, and there was like a really crazy game. You know that he came with the king, but maybe rook is on c8 instead of. So maybe rook c8 f4 somehow, if it's possible. That, for example, white plays f4 and then rook c8. There was a famous game from European Team Championship 2021, and Kamer was playing with black and then managed to come with his king to g3 and won with the black pieces. It was really crazy game. But I think rook c8 f4 was played. Rook c8 somehow was included, but I don't know how. And now let's say that rook c8. Do you have some more games now?
No, not here.
Okay, I will need to dig as well.
I will find it during the break, but let's concentrate, on our game that after 4, c takes d4, knight c6 is standard reply, because otherwise you will take on d4. But why can't you play here? No, of course, because knight e2, d takes
e3. This e3, this is this point that d takes e3 and my bishop is attacked. So ed, queen d7, queen c2, knight e4. Black is having a splendid position. Black is having a splendid position because this knight is far away from e5, and the point is I can always kick black from e5 square while e4 is my eternal square.
But let's just show that after knight e4, d takes e4. Bishop
if you take b4, there is bishop b4. But I think even this kind of position, you cannot really claim the advantage when your pawn is on f4. It will be tough. At some stage, always some counterplay would be around, but let's say bishop b5 is the most.
But wait. Check. Maybe we can continue, yes. And now, wait. Queen f5. Here?
Queen f5 takes the exchange.
How do you take the exchange?
You play. My queen is hanging. Yes. Sorry, I need to take.
But then I will take bishop f5 and I will take on c8. Maybe she can take on
But if
what
I
do you think?
lock your bishop, you will take.
Yes. I'm forced to take.
Takes,
Yes.
takes.
And queen g6. So maybe it's a draw. It's a bishop f1 and queen h6 a perpetual.
If I go bishop f6, you did. You have rook c8, and I cannot take with the rook. And if I take with the queen, there is double attack. I'm dropping the bishop.
But rook f3 is not winning.
When?
No, here rook c8, queen c8, rook f3.
Yeah, also that also is bad for black. So what do I do? Okay, I can start with rook c1, and when you take rook c1, then I lock your bishop, and then bishop f6.
Okay.
Here I wouldn't be so sure.
Yes, I understand. Yes,
3 pieces, but 2 bishops, light squares weak. 4 pawns for the bishop, but I wouldn't be sure that black is in danger.
Do we have a result, by the way?
Oh, we have.
I'm not sure because yes,
we have Kosteniuk has made a draw against Lagno, so we left around here. So bishop b4 was played. Check. Rook e7. Check.
Yes, and you cannot avoid rook e2 here. Yes, you are forced to repeat.
So if you go, let's say, rook d4.
Maybe bishop a5 and then rook e2. No, but you can play bishop d8, of course, bishop d1. And what do we do here? Bishop b6 and rook d2.
Okay, rook e4, threatening rook d4. You need to go bishop f3, somewhere with the bishop, I guess. If I go rook d4, you move.
Yes,
but anyway, yeah, even if I go something like this and come with the king and start pushing a5, eternal weakness. Okay, so she decided that the draw is a solid result today. So let's just briefly reassess what do we have.
Maybe we can have the mosaics on the screen.
Yeah. So we have, okay, this is the result, but let's have the multiple view. I guess it's coming. Okay, so in first board we had bishop g4 was played. The concept we mentioned that bishop is moving away, so Goryachkina Koneru to find a space for the knight. White is slightly pleasant situation, but still the game is in a normal phase. We have Zhongyi doing very well against Sarasadat, but we will see if there is anything more than a draw. Then fourth board, Assaubayeva against Munguntuul. So h4, h5 was played a little bit differently that we expected, but still white is playing some sharp.
Yes, the position is very sharp, and I would say that white's king is much safer. In this position,
white fight castles, then white's king will also be.
Yes, but you can always play king b1 and bishop c1 unless black plays e5.
Okay, it will be interesting. Of course. And we have in Paehtz against Harika.
So Elisabeth didn't play b5 like we suggested. Okay, it was one of our tries, but I think rook f8 is one of the most natural moves.
So queen d2 was played, queen b1 was a little bit more to the point, b5 was the move we expected, but now queen b1 was missed, and still it's hard to say what's going on. Okay, so let's maybe Almira have a break, and then we will come back to check before, prior to the time trouble? What's the situation?
I'm joined by Humpy Koneru, who just almost after 5 hours of play, a long game, drew her game to 10 Zhongyi. Humpy, we're going to go through the game, important moments. I want you to tell us what happened and what your thoughts were.
Yeah, it's a quite interesting game. I think after the opening it was very important position when I had this bishop on a3. So I didn't want to get this knight out to knight a3 and knight c2, so I went for knight b6. And also in some positions I want to take on e7 with the knight and get bishop d7, bishop c6. But okay, I think I felt somewhere here she should have taken on e7, but once she went to bishop b2, I felt very comfortable in this position because I had a move advantage, like she wasted a tempo and the rook on c1 is doing nothing. So all these moves are very logical.
Yeah. This knight on b5 looked very strong, but
it's doing nothing actually. Yeah. Okay, it's d4 is under attack, but basically it also needs the support in some positions. Once she plays the a4, like queen side, it's completely blocked, so there is no pawn majority there. So I felt this was better for me, and I want to get this knight f5. So yeah, till here it looks very normal. Yeah, I think, yeah, f5. So f5, and if rook into e8, I could go so something. Yeah, I could go just rook into e8 and queen f5, knight e5. So gf5 is the move. Yeah, if queen g3, I go bishop g2 and f6. Oh, sorry, bishop g2 and then queen c6 check. So yeah, here probably yes, I considered playing g6, but then bishop queen g3, take queen c6, here king g1, knight f3. So king h. This is where I got stuck in the game. Like, okay, I couldn't find how to continue here. Queen e6, I felt like king h4. So yeah,
but that does not feel better for
problem. This was my problem with the board, but okay, now I see engine is saying h5. Yeah. So rook takes c5, and yeah, this like I didn't consider. Okay, I saw weakly h5, but I wasn't in depth in this position. So yeah, this is what I missed. Yeah, knight g4, yeah, rook e8, rook into e8 again. I think queen g3 was the move which I was considering. Okay, again h5. So this is what I'm missing in the whole game. Yeah. So just to capture this pawn I took, but bishop c1 was good move. Like now though I had a pawn, like there are a lot of counterplay, and it's quite dangerous position for me because of the piece placement. My rook is not in the open file, so pieces are a bit misplaced here. So
did you feel like you had the advantage after f6 and that you lost it at this point?
Before I felt I had advantage, but here I felt like I was in trouble. Like I need to find the right moves to play this position, because losing one pawn on b7 and d4, like this endgame is going to be worse with the queen side pawns rolling. So here, yeah, this is tricky again. I saw bb4 is met by bishop d2, because say bishop into d2 is queen e7 and c5. So okay, I have bishop b4. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, but of course direct c5. Yeah, now queen e7. Yeah, now queen e7. Yeah. So here, yeah, I just saw this queen c5 and I felt this endgame should be fine. But then, yeah.
By fine, do you mean equal or a bit better?
Equal. I didn't consider as better because I'm still suffering with the piece placements, like my pawns are loose. Because there are some tricks over here, like here, like I couldn't play knight d7 because of rook into c5, knight c5, bd6, so I had to go bb4. And now again she's threatening to take the pawn on d4. So yeah, here the board I felt this was the right move to play, because again I don't have this bishop c5 because of rook c5, and if g6, yeah, I want to take on c6, yeah, gf5, knight b4, and this is going to
suddenly
white's winning, yeah. So I was considering of taking on g2. Oh, one second. after knight 6, yeah, I have bc6, but here I saw something. Wait, bishop c6. Yeah, gf5, bishop a8, and this is one position, but I'm sure only black is suffering here.
Yeah, with the bishop pair.
Yeah, I was worried about this knight d4, and after knight d6, yeah, now I felt I was okay. Like, I think this, once I got this knight to c5, it's completely fine. It's a draw. So it's just like, here, if I take on a4, like, just, sorry. If I take on e4, knight d4, knight c5, even rook to f5. Yeah, here, because if you take on d3, then knight e6 and take on a5. So it's basically nothing. Yeah, I think this is where I really missed in this position.
f6.
Yeah, I completely, here I overlooked the continuation for black, yeah.
Yeah, but still not easy one. I mean, even giving up a piece in this h5 variation. But you both continued to play, like on, were you hoping for something?
Sorry, I didn't get you.
Both of you, like the game kept going for a while.
We just played it, that's it. I think both knows that it's equal, yeah.
And how do you feel now going into the second half and finishing the first half of the event?
I had mixed games, like there are some games where I was worse, then I survived. Like today I was better, but then I couldn't. Yeah, it's a mixed kind of a play, but I think still strong games to go ahead. Yeah.
And tomorrow's rest day, will you be resting, mentally resetting, seeing Monaco? What is in the cards?
Yeah, I'll be going out. I think the organizers have planned something for us, so I'll be taking part in that.
Thank you so much, Humpy. We'll see you tomorrow at the rest day for some fun activities, and good luck for the second half of your tournament. I am joined by Humpy Koneru, who just almost after 5 hours of play, a long game, drew her game to Zhongyi. Humpy, we're going to go through the game, important moments. I want you to tell us what happened and what your thoughts were.
Yeah, it's a quite interesting game. I think after the opening, it was very important position when I had this bishop on a3. So I didn't want to get this knight out.
Dear chess friends, welcome to our studio in Monaco. We are covering the 6th round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. My name is Almira Skripchenko, together with Alojzije Jankovic. I hope that we are bringing you a lot of joy every day, and that it seems like, you know, we are part of a bigger chess family.
Yeah, we are trying to cover the games, give you some opinions, moves, but also trying to get you some insights. Almira, you know all them very well. I'm also trying to catch some details. So yeah, we are here to give you some kind of experience from Monaco. Regarding the game, Goryachkina against Koneru, knight d4 was played.
That
Yeah,
was
the
when
move,
we left.
the move we mentioned, and
bishop g4.
and yeah,
Nice.
we touched the two possibilities for black. One is to ignore white's f4 threat and then trying to live with that, but other was to disturb white, and after bishop g4, which was played, f3, bishop h5 would stop this action when g4 is really too risky, because now d3 square is safe haven for black. So here after...
One second, just we also we should mention, just for objectivity, that knight d4
strategically
strategically
bad, because now
yes.
this backward, if the pawn was on b7, we could discuss this position when b6 will cover the c5 square, but now after backward c5 c7 pawn and b5 played, it's obviously in white's favor.
Okay, you can play bishop e7 here,
but just
yes,
bishop
d2,
e3 or d2,
d2
rook comes to c5, and at some stage white will just dominate over the c file. As I said, if the pawn was on b7, then either b6 or even c6, and then c file wouldn't be a big asset of white. So bishop g4 was played to disturb white, queen e3, to use a possibility to place the queen on g3, knight e6, blocking the e pawn. Maybe knight c6 is not the right answer, but it's also reasonable choice. What do you think, Almira?
Yes, I was thinking which knight to take. Can you take on e6 here?
Yeah, e6, but she was not
But
sure
how are you
about f
taking?
takes e6.
F takes e6, okay, so...
And then bishop somewhere, castles, and of course it's possible for white, but maybe she was hesitating with that. She took on c6, queen c6, queen g3, bishop f5, normal way, regrouping, bishop c5, important move to stop bishop e3, let's say, for the beginning, because on bishop e7, bishop e3, and then white is having a good control. Knight c5, bishop c5, king h1. Interesting move. So she wants to prepare f4 in long term. Bishop d3, rook e1, queen b6, targeting f2, and now white played bishop e3. Okay, bishop e3, I guess bishop
yes,
take.
but if you take and play bishop b4 here?
Bishop e4, yeah. And we are in this position. Knight g5, it's important that after knight g5, queen g5, knight g5, queen g5, if black castles, then white could pose some problems, but here queen g6 just exchanges the queens since there is a checkmate threat.
Yes, I can play queen h4 here.
Yes.
So
and queen g6, hg or bishop g is fine for black. Of course, white will try to do something on the other wing, but black is on time with the so say king. And now the problem of white is that king is far away from joining the game. So I don't believe that this is anything for white. So here after rook e3, bishop e4, white needs to find something else.
I think that Humpy didn't take on e3.
Okay,
And
that's
this-
also an option. She doesn't want to lift the rook,
Mhm.
and if you take on c5, knight c5 is an option, or even queen c5. Okay, queen c5 maybe not, because I can go knight h4 and f4. Maybe knight c5, because now if I go knight h4, you have some spare move to make. But okay, this can happen.
But what else can you do after castle?
There is this tactics, knight d4.
Mhm.
Since if you take knight d4, c d4, bishop d4, queen d4, there is this spin.
Rook d1.
And double attack on d3. So you don't want to take. But maybe this knight d4 was missed, because now I'm not so
What
sure.
was played? Knight g5 was
Okay,
played.
no. Rook d1 was played.
Rook d1 was played. Okay. Mhm.
Okay. Trying to force the exchange, because moving to g6 allows
But
bishop d5.
But I always want to move my bishop to e4.
e4.
Yes.
That's a
Bishop
good move,
e4,
but
yes.
now white can play this knight d4. Similar stuff.
But if you change, like if you trade bishops, bishop b3, rook e3, bishop b4, you
This
can
is the best option for
Mhm.
it.
And
yeah.
then bishop knight d4 here. So
Only problem is that now in this exchange, you moved away your king to the castle instead of e7 square, which maybe, and d5 is hanging, which maybe is upgrade for white.
no, in that variation, the rook was not on d1 because here you can
Yes.
win a pawn immediately.
Okay, on d5 as well.
f3, yes.
So
F3 and,
now you cannot play this queen g6 move.
but
You can play c5 maybe, or I don't know, something like you just push, because I think f3 doesn't work, because this one is hanging and some combination h6 g5, I guess, and also the bishop is locked. Okay, hang on, let's think
But
for a
here I
second.
wanted just to show that here bishop b3, rook e3, just to check all the variations, because we're going through all of these variations very quickly. So because we tried knight d4 in every position, but here you can simply play c5. So that's the difference compared to the other lines. So
Yeah, the
we
bishop
can,
was on
yes,
c5. Yeah.
we can no longer play knight d4 here. So if not knight g5, what else can you play?
Okay, knight g5 will be played. Knight g5, queen g5, and now it's black's move.
Can I play h6?
Okay, h6, I'm moving my queen somewhere. I don't know, h4, g4, g4, let's say.
I think is that I always want to play c6 here and support the pawn on d5, but then I
c6,
cut
e6,
yes,
maybe,
and then
yeah.
I cut my queen from the sixth
In
rank.
some stage,
Yes,
but rook g3 as well. So now it's black's. Okay, c5 is the move you want to make. And queen, rook g3, queen g6.
And if f3, then you play c4?
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm losing, yes, now I'm losing my rook on e3.
h6 is actually a very, very good Almira. You're completely right that h6 should be played. I think that's a viable option. So,
But c5 is the follow-up.
yes.
And h6 and c5.
So let's think for a second. Rook a to d1 was played. It's black's turn. So best is to take on e3 and play bishop e4. Other option is to play bishop e4 immediately.
But then knight d4.
Yeah.
Okay, Humpy is still thinking. 28 minutes on her clock.
Yeah, maybe we can go full screen and zoom it a bit so that you could see the clock as well. With the board. Okay, it's not so easy to see, but it's now obvious that the situation is in white's favor in terms of time management, that Humpy is spending more time. Okay, she's trying to grasp all the nuances, to navigate, but it seems to me that her opening choice actually paid off. Maybe it's a moment that we switch somewhere else. I think she's having things under control, although being behind on the clock. But 20 moves, I think she can navigate in this situation.
Yes, you're right. And I think that the only line she needs to avoid is where Alexandra can develop a very dangerous initiative. Yes, so Queen G5, Rook G3, and
so I mentioned this open Spanish, and what do you think now if we are looking in hindsight? It's not easy if you don't have some nice weapon prepared. Somehow it's also quite logical for black. Things are coming in a natural way, and now black is having very normal position. Bishop e3 played, and I don't believe that it's necessary. You know, sometimes in some lines you need to show really like superb play. Here I think natural play just brings you an equality, and Humpy is I would say player who can play like very sound middle game and move orders. So I believe that for her that was actually very good approach to play this opening.
yes, and I had a look at the pairings. So Humpy has 2 white games left, of course, and in the next round she will face with the white pieces Sarasadat, Khademalsharieh, then with the black pieces Kateryna, Lagno, and the final round she is playing with white against Bibisara, Assaubayeva. So it would be a very good result if she manages to stabilize her standings and capitalize with the white pieces. She played bishop b3. Let's put it on the board.
No, so she took on e3, rook e3, and bishop e4, our main line. And now knight g5 is calling to be played, and we will have this knight g5, queen g5 we mentioned, and I think Almira that she will go for this h6. Okay, maybe it's a moment that we switch to another game. I see a mess in Assaubayeva against Munguntuul.
It was always a mess.
Yeah.
So let's have
exactly.
a look if it's a bigger mess.
Constant mess. So we left around here when h4 was played. So here. So h4, black immediately played f5. f4, king. Okay, it's hard to grasp. There are so many possibilities in this position. a5. I like that move because she's actually anticipating long castle. Rook c8.
But can you play?
Why rook c8 is now a move I'm trying to grasp, to understand, Almira. Why rook 8 to c8? Because this file is closed.
No, because I wanted to try queen d6 here. So I'm not allowing you to castle and bishop d4.
Thanks. This is the idea. So queen d6 to control the c5 square. And bishop d4 was played. Okay, after queen d6 now I can say that the worst is over for black, because you will take an f6, I take rook f6. And frankly speaking, being black in this position, I wouldn't be so worried. Because what will you play with white now?
Well, you can no longer castle
Yeah.
queen size, and
Maybe we will get some queens exchange. Yeah, queen e3, and then some e5 stuff, and we will get into endgame. So e5. I think now if you take, I go rook. Rook e8. Maybe it's not so good. I'm not sure.
but why do you want
Yeah,
to
I
play
don't need to.
e5?
Yeah, I don't need to play
because queen e5 is it's not a real threat, because I would take them,
And
play
rook
rook
c5.
c5. Yes, so you have to wait. Maybe she wants to play queen e3 and king f2. What do you think?
Okay, so she played queen e3. Yeah, she wants to play king f2.
King f2, rook
And,
d1, and rook maybe e1. Depends on your reaction.
But e5 is usually the move you want to make because you're shutting this diagonal. So let's say e5. Because if you take, I take, and rook e8, maybe it's a different story because now my rook is no longer attacked. Let's say this kind of position. Probably good enough for black. But if you take with f, I can maybe move my queen. And then trying to play some power catch it because you cannot castle. This is the point. And now king f2 is not the same. This f4 is coming as well. This can be very... Rook c5 is coming. Okay, and if you go king f2, maybe rook e6. Because, of course, this just
But I will always
loses.
take queen e5 there.
So queen e5 is takes, rook e8. You play king f2, I guess. Takes, and we are in this position.
Rook e1.
Rook e1, d6. I don't know which rook, but let's say this one.
Rook e2.
King g7.
Rook e1.
Rook e1, rook... I cannot play rook e6. Hang on. So... Okay, I can play this. Preparing d5.
And maybe even king h6, no?
Yeah, king
Here,
h6
king
is
h6
always...
is always on,
Yeah.
in the air, so...
Okay, still complicated. But
Maybe
as you mentioned...
maybe I can take on e4, then what do I do?
Take, king e3, d5.
Okay. It's very
Who
strange.
knows? Who knows?
King d4?
King d4, I take on
Yes,
h5.
take on h5.
You take on c3. I'm trying now to attack this one. Four rooks endgames, these are the most complicated ones. So after, let's say that I don't play e5, what can I play instead? If I go rook e8, what will you do?
By the way, I like rook e8, because I was thinking, what am I supposed to do here? If I'm playing king f2, you play e5, and I'm
Rook
almost
d1 maybe.
forced to take rook d1.
e5. Now when
But can you take on f5 here, or it's immediately losing? I cannot calculate a single move in this position.
but I move my queen
yes, let
somewhere.
move your queen somewhere. Yes,
to
and this
protect
is
the
it. Yes.
e-rook, maybe b8 even, or
Maybe f8.
f8,
Yes,
maybe even
who
better.
knows? Yes, no,
Yes,
here
yes.
white is lost.
But now I'm thinking... Okay, yeah, rook e8 is a tricky move.
But so what do we do after rook d1?
If I play king f2, you play e5, I put my rook.
Because you want to play rook e1, but then you will play
I was thinking
e4.
like this, but yeah, as you mentioned,
e4.
e4, or maybe even some stuff like bishop e4. And then opening the f-file if you take, which looks scary.
But I would always play e4, then move my queen, and d5, d4 is coming.
Okay, rook e8 is posing some question.
And do we have a move on the board?
Not yet. So she's thinking. She has enough time. By the way, in Goryachkina against Koneru, knight g5 played, so we expect knight g5, queen g5, h6. Let's maybe
Elisabeth against
or maybe
Harika.
Tan, because there we have like more defined structure.
This is the game that we haven't seen for a while, of course.
Yeah,
Let's have a
so
look. She took on e4. You see, but bishop e4. Okay. She didn't go for knight e4 and bishop h7, because then your line was correct. And queen b3.
rook e8. Okay. Rook d1, bishop d6. I like the way how black is playing. Rook f1. This is not a good sign for white if you need to play a move like rook f1. And d5 played. Can we get them full screen to check the situation?
And the board, of course. Let me have a look, because white wants to play knight b5, so how can we parry it? What do you think, Alojzije? Like, just I wanted to check something here. So bishop d6 was played. e4, queen a5, rook f1. Bishop d7 is not an obvious move here once again, because I like the way Zhongyi played in this position with black. But let's say we try something
Bishop h5 would be
different. Okay.
my choice
Let's
to just push h4 next.
try h5, but then what if let's say d5, the same as in the game?
Bishop b7, I would say.
Bishop b7. Yes, because let's say here I wanted just to try what happens after knight b5.
Okay, bishop b8.
Bishop b8, and then okay, I will trade rooks. Probably bishop c8, or would work. Both are possible. Yes. Rook c8, and how can white continue here? Because if you played knight d4, I think that
queen d6.
you will play queen g6 and then bishop h3. So this is a slippery line, because I think that Tan can very quickly get an advantage. But then the game continued by bishop d7, d5. She still wants to play knight b5 here.
Okay, h5 is.
Let's say if
h5 is the move which is
transpose with our line and knight b5 here.
Again, rook bishop b8.
I wanted to try something like this because I thought that maybe we can win like this. This pawn on d5, but I'm not sure. No.
That's also an option, but I think that black doesn't need to hurry. So after knight b5, bishop b8. If you go knight d4, we mentioned that queen g6 is always the idea. So
no, we'll take on c8.
Rook
first.
c8.
Rook c8.
a5 or what?
Yes, maybe this is the most concrete. And she goes for h5. Perfect play from 10.
I think that's a very good move.
She's trying to play for a win in this position, and actually she hasn't scored a win yet in this tournament, and the FIDE allowed her maybe to recharge her batteries. So h5 is a perfect line.
Yeah, I think now it's important for white to find a right follow-up, since she might get into really big problems, because when you play h4, it can be tricky because after h3 or something, black will always have. Maybe after h4, if you play h3, I move my queen, then you need to calculate bishop g6 at some points. Suddenly there is a way to attack.
But what I'm more concerned with white is in the long term that I'm going to lose the pawn on d5. That's why I tried immediately to take on b5 and to play rook d8, but maybe this was not necessary. h5 is a very useful move, of course, and then I think knight b5 should be tried here.
Yes, this is the only attempt. Knight b5, bishop b8 is something, but also bishop b5 is an option, but I would stick to bishop 8. And then, yeah, taking an a5, I guess, is the follow-up.
Let's try. Yes, because for the moment you cannot regroup your pieces. You need your bishop on d7, rook on d8, and then you can take on d5, but after e5 maybe.
But also this position, let's say that I take, you take, and I don't know, h4. It can be tricky. Of course, black is not risking anything. Maybe a4 is also useful for me to include.
Yes, okay,
let's say I start with a4, where will you play? Okay, queen. But then d5 is it?
No, I said that's
queen b7, rook c2. This is
queen d1.
Queen d1, and then h4.
And then h4.
You push h3, and then I maneuver with this queen g6. To penetrate here, I'm threatening take.
King h1.
King h1, what else? And let's say queen g3.
Queen e2.
Queen e2 probably only move. And now it's my turn. Okay, I can get a passer on the d3 maybe, but I'm not sure which. What did she play?
I
92.
Can't see a thing.
92.
92.
So here she went for 92.
Okay, it's the same idea. She wants to trade rooks, but at the same time...
Sorry, she's not having
any counterplay.
On a7. h4 will be played, I guess, or queen g4. Queen g4. Queen g6, something of...
Yes, maybe you can start with h4, knight d4, and queen g6.
If I need to move my queen, I would move it anyway. And then decide what next. But okay, h4. Very unpleasant position, Almira.
So the only thing that I wanted to figure out is if white is almost forced to play h3 after h4.
Probably white is forced to do it. You're right. And then when I play h3 long term with white, you start to feel unpleasant, and it's much easier to play it with black. I think now that initiative is clearly in black's hands. But let's go to Koneru against Goryachkina, since we were following that game closely. So she didn't play h6. She went for queen g6 immediately. But then Almira, queen g6. If I exchange, you must take with the... Okay, you can take with the edge, but let's say that you take with the...
For the moment you can... No, I think that she wants to play bishop g6, and if you take the pawn on d5, so it depends.
Well, let's say
because
bishop
you can
d5,
play rook d2 then.
C6.
C6, yes, then you play.
Takes,
yes, rook
takes,
d1, and then
rook.
what do you do here? And rook d2. We forgot, yes, about this variation. You cannot take on c6 for the moment because the mate will follow on d1.
Okay, this is good one. Okay, let's say that I don't take. I play g4, open my king. You will play c6, I guess. I play f4.
Mhm.
And then you come back to e4.
E4, yes, bishop b4 check, and then
I'm still not clear that this is
Six.
so good. Bishop e4, I move my king.
I want to play f6, but I forgot that you can play 6 anyway, so let's say rook e8.
Which one?
Mm.
D maybe.
Yes, rook d8.
Okay, I push, or king f2. Let's say that.
Mhm. f6 I cannot play here because we have rook e4.
Yeah, king h8 to make that kind of move.
Yes.
It doesn't sound right.
Ah, but can I play f5 here? Or even g5?
G5 you can.
Yes. A lot of moves.
Okay, so maybe I should play h4 to stop it.
So you can play f5 here, no? What do you
You
do
can.
after f5?
You can. Okay, but you're giving me a defended passer. But maybe it's, I don't know, I move my king. So, Goryachkina once again, like 100 moves game? Maybe. So they will maneuver here forever. Yeah, I don't know. So, bishop d5 doesn't work. Just to check. So, queen g6 is forced or not?
But Alexandra
How about, let's say,
those long
h4?
games, you know.
What if I play h4?
h4 once again. So if I play... okay, so now you will be able to take on d5. Am I forced to play c6 here?
Probably.
I can take on g5.
You can take on g5 and then play c5. f3, c4. This can be an option.
But okay, let's...
say this kind of position. And you have c4. And what's going on here, I really don't
No,
know.
I want to play c6.
Okay, you want to go safe. c6. I don't know, I move my king, let's say.
And now, if I play rook e8, you will play f4?
f4, yes. And again, they will have a similar, same position. What did she play? h4. So h4 played, c6 played.
This is the moment where you place your bets, ladies and gentlemen, on the number of moves that is going to be played in this game. Let's see how many moves.
I don't know, but it will be a long game. I have a feeling it's there is no like direct liquidation, right? And then it will be once again some maneuvering position. Okay, let's check.
Yes, Harika against Elisabeth. We haven't seen this game
just to
for a while.
conclude here that instead of rook e8, that Munguntuul went for rook c5. I don't know, is this a good move or not? A little bit strange that she didn't want to pin the king. X-rate with the same idea, but okay. And you mentioned this game, so queen d2 was played.
Yes, you remember I said that you would go for a more human move, and queen d2 is a very natural approach here. So what do you do?
But I think that black won the opening debate.
That's fine.
Because black looks very promising. Sometimes you have position with the pawn on a7 or a6, and then you need to always be aware of some position possible obstacles by white. But here black seems to have upgraded version. h5, of course.
But she will play b5 at some point. b5, b4.
Yes, because by playing b4, she kicks this knight, and then e4 square is a targeted square. Yeah, b5 immediately. That's the move.
And only 21 minutes left for Harika in this position. 23 moves have been played, so especially with the white pieces, she is very rarely in the time trouble. So it shows that she's not feeling comfortable here. Queen d3, should she play b5 here?
Yes.
Because Elisabeth once again has placed her pieces on the optimal square. So now this is the moment where you can increase the pressure on the board, and of course e4 pawn is the target.
b5 will be played. Yes, you're right.
And how can white react to b5?
Okay,
you
it's
cannot
obviously
play knight
obviously
d5.
rook e2 was played also with the idea, and then queen d3 to move away from this diagonal. So I believe that after rook e2, h5, queen d3, maybe b5 was also better immediately, I don't know. Queen d3, b5, maybe then this move is this possibility.
So if I take?
With the...
No, I thought I just said that you cannot take on d5, but maybe you can...
Takes, you take on d5.
Yes.
Because if you take bishop d4, I take on c6.
So bishop
d5 takes on g7, king g7, queen d5, rook e2, queen d4 check. I want to move away.
King h7.
King h7, then I take. And you cannot take on a2. I guess you cannot take because of queen f6. Rook d8 coming.
But if I give rook e1 check, then you simply play king h2.
Rook e1, possible option. Okay, but maybe takes, and this is also a draw with a take. I'm taking this one, yeah. But black is the one choosing to make a draw knot. But why not bishop d5 and play with the knight against the bishop?
Okay, so let's check bishop d5.
So takes, and stop. And now maybe b4.
But before allows... Okay, I'm not sure if you're drawing bishop f6, but black is better, yes.
That's f6. Something I would...
You wouldn't play?
No.
No.
Okay, so maybe knight d5 is not the move. So what else to do?
But at the same time, this is the moment of the game, especially if Elisabeth plays b5, where white would want to simplify things. Because Harika doesn't have a lot of time, and you want to enter the forced line, where you can trade a few pieces and have a safe position during the time trouble. But as we've seen, knight d5 doesn't force all the exchanges if Elisabeth takes with the bishop on d5.
I think the problem is that Elisabeth is also tempting to play queen b4, which is also a move, since you're putting pressure indirectly on the e4 pawn. So maybe that's something which attracts her. Also a normal move. So what would you do with white after queen b4? It's unclear. Maybe some g3, but then king g2.
But let's say I allow you to do what you want, and I will maybe play not the best move in the position, but I will play rook d1. I'm not sure.
Rook
d2 or rook g2. No, this one. Rook d1, d2. I will allow you to do what you want. What do you want here?
But is now tactics.
Yes, let's demonstrate it on the board. Can you take on
this
e4?
One is hanging now, if I'm not mistaken. Takes, I don't know, takes, rook e4, rook e4, rook e4. And queen e4, queen d2.
No, but bishop g7.
Okay, I was thinking to take king g7, but I can also give check. But let's say king g7. You take on d6, but then...
And then rook e2. Yes.
This is not something which is great.
Okay, rook b6, you'll take.
Pawn down. Or king needs to go up, but then it will be locked. You see, h5 is so useful.
Can I start with king h2, rook f2? No. And then in the previous variation, you were right. Maybe queen f4 was also a possibility. What do you think?
Queen?
If we don't enter this endgame, maybe queen f4 was a possibility. So you could keep rook e1 and queen.
Yes,
and
king
king
h2
h2 and queen f4.
King h2. Okay, queen
f4. No, queen
f4
g3 you have.
Yes. But I can take anyway. I always can enter this endgame.
But only though now the king is on h2, so you can take on f2 as well.
Yes.
Yes, maybe this
takes, rook e2, you go
more
to
precise
b6.
line.
I take, you take, and I take this one. Okay, this. So queen b4 might be a try as well. So that's why she hesitated. Maybe we can go full screen. Just to
I think that Elisabeth is about to make a move.
So is she playing queen b4 or b5?
Can she play something else? The possibility done.
24 minutes and Harika 21. But I like those positions, right, Almira? It's so nice to have tactics screaming all the time. Basically, tactics is not happening, like liquidation. Bishop h6. Okay, that's also maybe a good move. It's not a bad move for sure, because she's getting away from this exchange when the knight leaves. So bishop h6, a good move. Not the best maybe, but a good move. Let's check Goryachkina for, well, now I think that Harika will think, but let's say check Goryachkina after c6, f3 was played. Bishop a6 now, queen f4, bishop c2. Okay, the point of Humpy's play was that f3 was provoked. If the pawn was on f2, then long-term black can get under heavy fire, but now after f3, white never has any way of
coordinating.
Lifting the rook on g3 and creating a matting net. Let's see done what has happened here. So knight e2, she took on c1 and then play queen g6, preparing bishop h3, king h1 to stop it, bishop g4, queen b5.
Rook d8.
Yes, logical move. Will be played, I guess. Very tough position for Sarah. Knight d4, I guess, will be played, and then h4. And sooner or later you need to play h3 with white. So we will get into that position.
Maybe she can play h3 after rook d8.
Rook d8, h3. Okay. The only problem is there is crazy tactics.
Oh.
And then rook g1, queen h5. What a touch. And when you move the knight, checkmate.
But it's not easy to
Not
spot,
easy
you
to
know,
spot it at all.
because in our position with knight d4, then this tactics was not available, of course, because the knight
Yeah,
was on
so rook
d4.
d8, knight d4, h4. Now h3 is possible because on knight f, bishop f3 there is knight f3.
But let's have a look at it once again. So,
Beautiful.
bishop f3
If rook
takes,
g1, queen f5 threatening checkmate, king goes to h2, and now d5 is hanging, f4 is hanging, everything is
so
hanging.
you can take on e2.
Yeah, and then f4.
Let's show this.
Yes, so rook g1. So first, after bishop f3, as I said, this is a threat, checkmating threat. Only way to parry is by playing rook g1, but then queen f5. And black is threatening two things to recover the piece. So here, after bishop f3, if black protects the g2 square, then queen f5 is coming, and if you take checkmate, and if you protect, takes, and queen d5, but also bishop f4 is even a better move. But Tan played rook e7 instead of rook d8. She went for rook e7, and then knight d4 was played.
So if h4 here, what if we will try
H4,
to enter
knight
the same
c6.
line? Knight c6. The difference being with the knight, like with the rook on d8, maybe we don't have h3 intermediate because now you will take the rook on e7.
That's a nice point. So rook d8, knight d4, h4, knight c6. Now
You could have played
h3
yes.
is a viable trick because of knight d8. Once again, this bishop f3. King g1.
Oh, and what can you do here? Queen g4, threatening mate on d1.
Queen g4, threatening. Okay, not a mate, but to rook. So rook d2 to stop it. What's that?
Bishop h1.
And taking that one and on a rook f2, bishop c5. Fantastic stuff. And if you go to rook d2, bishop h1, king f1, king f2 is worse version. So you need to come to f1 to be able to defend. But here maybe, is it e3 a move? e3 no.
Why not? Yes, queen e8. I forget about those checks.
So
What else
bishop
can you do?
f4. Rook e2, e3. What a crazy line. And now just
Quiet move.
cool-headed king e1.
And white is winning here? Or
I don't know what to say now, Almira. Can you imagine which is the move now? Really, this is bishop g3. Pawn takes queen d3. And then some combination of rook, bishop f3 and h2 is coming. This is really queen e5, bishop f3. And engine, of course, says that this position, being a rook up, is a draw. Because of perpetual something. I don't know how. It's really crazy. It's really, really crazy. So around here,
so even after
rook d8 is not
d8,
there.
h3 is not winning. Okay.
Yes. So knight d4 played, h4, not yet.
So what
Tan
you will
is
play?
thinking.
h4, knight c6, and then we should simply move our rook. Okay, I understand now the idea, Alojzije, because if the rook was on d8, and then you have to move your rook, so rook c8, knight e7 wins the rook. No, it's protected. No? Yes. Knight e7, take, rook c8, bishop c8, and queen e8, and queen c8.
Yes, but in that position, Also not clear that since back rank motif, queen can penetrate e pawn might become an asset. I'm not sure, but we can show. So, for example, you mentioned
Yes, that's
rook d8, knight d4, h4, knight c6, rook c8. I don't believe that this is a good move.
You take.
Takes,
Queen
king, bishop
Bishop
f8,
queen
better,
c8.
yeah. And now something combining, yeah, queen h5,
Queen h5.
double attack.
Okay, so
Queen
this.
c4 wins because of bishop c4, bishop c5. Yeah.
So
but,
this line loses as well.
yeah, but anyway, she went for rook e7. Knight d4 was played, and then h4 is about to be played. We don't know yet.
Okay, so let's continue. h4, knight c6, and then where do we go?
Rook c7.
Rook c7. h3. Okay. Now it doesn't work. Does it? h3.
h3 is necessary, and then bishop f3, rook c2 probably.
Yes, rook
something.
c2.
Queen f1. Because knight is not now on the way. So bishop, queen f6. Okay, attacking f4, but she decided to abandon this plan with h4, h3.
No, we have a bet for 80 moves, 80 more moves in the game between Alexandra Goryachkina and Humpy Koneru. And it would bring the game to like 110, or I don't know what something.
Yeah, but it will be a long game, really. We will see some improvements, slow improvements coming. Sarah, we left queen f6. Let's check Munguntuul, because we have rook d1 played, queen e7, bishop e2, e5. So maybe bishop e2. Okay, the game, which will be interesting, so in terms of time trouble, is of course Harika against Paehtz, because there Harika is already down to 11 minutes. Munguntuul the same, 10 minutes, while Assaubayeva is having a little bit more time on her clock.
By the way, Luis, do you know for how long the world title has been kept in China?
Do you count some previous or just
No,
current?
Yes, current. Yes.
10 years?
Yes, almost, because Maria Muzichuk played her match against Hu Yifan in 2016, because of course Hu Yifan has won the World Championship several times, but since that match then you had this plethora of Chinese players who were fighting for the title, and then at Hu Yifan, Tan Zhongyi, and then Zhu Wenjun, who has won the title and defended it on so many occasions, and last time against Lei Tingjing, also a Chinese player.
But that match was very close, yeah.
No, what I wanted to say that this year, of course, this match will feature another, like, two Chinese players, Tan Zhongyi and Zhu Wenjun, so...
Same rated.
Yes. They have the same rating. It means that China will keep the world crown for another 2 years.
Yes.
So e5 was played here.
Frankly speaking, Almira, when you take a look of this position, it looks dangerous for black, but then I also see that for white, but then I also see that black's king, if the game will be opened in the next few moves, then that the black king can also end up being attacked.
The problem is that the position is so unbalanced. Let's say, with a human mind, I don't know what is my next move.
Okay,
I should play g3, rook f1. I don't know how to react to e5 for the moment.
g3 might be like first move to consolidate, but the problem is that black main, I would say, issue at the moment is X-ray pin. But after black plays bishop e4, then white will end up under attack. So I think the problem for white is that she has temporarily like initiative, or temporarily she postponed her problem, but after bishop e4 next,
let's say I will play g3.
g3, let's say bishop e4. Maybe it's not a necessary move, but I want to make it.
I wanted to make d6 for black. Let's say I will play maybe king f2 here, and you will play d6.
I was thinking to play d5, but that was my
I wanted
maybe idea.
to stabilize. Can I take on
e5, rook
here?
somewhere e6,
and maybe queen d4 here?
Okay, you can. I'm taking. And okay, who knows? Maybe this position now, it's, as I was saying, now black's king might end up.
Since you want to take with the d pawn on e5. So.
Okay, so you mentioned other option d6.
Yes.
That's maybe more human. You're right, Almira. Maybe this is more logical. Play d6.
And then, what is your next move?
Okay, king f2.
Human perspective. Well, now I can make your move bishop before. Anyway, we are.
Yes, we will end up in that position, and I move my bishop somewhere d3, f3. I don't know, f3.
Okay, but now can I? If I can take.
Okay, maybe d3 to be safe. Okay, I will go to d3. I don't want to calculate bishop c2. I'm lazy.
I was not sure that I can take.
I'm lazy. Okay. Let's go to d3.
And yes, what is black's next move? And I think Bibisara.
If I go d5, then again this f takes e5, and there is no point of playing d6, d5. Okay, I can. Maybe bishop e4 is not the right
approach. But I think that the move was made, and it seems to me that she played king f1. Yes.
Okay, a normal move as well. Hang on, Almira.
Can you make my move here, d6?
Yes, d6 will be played, but there is knight e5 move in Sara against Tan, and this seems to be losing, sort of, or close to lose.
She played knight c6, so rook c7, and
so takes, and then queen h4 threatening to come here. If you go bishop d2, then queen f2. So you need to cover the square. If you go queen f1, okay, it's not losing. I think engines are overestimating. So queen h4, queen f1 is necessary. g3 is not the move you want to make, because this is really unpleasant situation.
Yes, so then if you're taken on e5, queen e8. Yes, that's the with the queen on f6. Because we should know the obvious.
Just say to the viewers that this is the point here, that queen e8 is tactics which leads to a draw. So that's why queen h4, queen f1 necessary, and let's play bishop c5 threatening e3.
So you mean that after knight g4, it's a much better.
Maybe even queen g. I think in any variation that this will be very tough when h4 comes, and it seems that e4 is a much stronger passer. So here, after knight e5, if she takes on c1 and play queen h4, I think that black is close to winning.
Netherlands, this
Okay,
is
let's go to Paehtz.
interesting.
D6 was played, by the way, in Munguntuul. In Goryachkina against Koneru, as we mentioned, we will see a long maneuvering. But here we have a move after bishop h6, rook b1 was played, queen b4. Natural reaction. Bishop takes f6. That's not so natural, but okay, she took and went for queen c4. And now Elisabeth is thinking.
No, this is not the board that's in. Now we have, thank you. Maybe we can get a closer look of the players. Only 8 minutes left for Harika.
It's obvious that black is pushing, but you will correct me. Harika was many times in some positions where she needs to defend in this tournament. Okay, against Sara she was pushing, but against Koneru she lost that, but she was defending for a long.
This was sort of the same type of games, you know, where Humpy was slowly maneuvering two bishops,
and then one bishop.
So it reminds me of this game. If Elisabeth will manage to keep her pieces on the board and especially find some tricks during the time trouble, which might be useful, then she can win this game. But okay, I understand. I told you that Harika, she desperately wants to simplify the course of the game and play the position where she can easily reach the time control.
But it's obvious that black is pushing, but it's not obvious how to move on.
I don't want to take queen c4.
Queen b6 is a move. So queen b6 will be played, and then is white's turn to find how to move on.
Can you play knight d5?
Okay, and then we will end up in that position we were with ed or queen d.
No, queen d5.
Queen d and let's say rook c8. I cannot now think about. Okay, maybe rook e5 as well, but okay, let's say that I take the file. Okay, this is much better for black, obviously. Black will start penetrating and you cannot counter with the c file. Maybe at some stage even this transfer can happen.
Rook d1.
Yes, I agree. Okay, bishop f4. h4, bishop g3 later. If it will be tempting. I think low chances to survive here. In practical play.
Yes, you can always play e5 and take on b7, I think, but maybe this endgame is still slightly
maybe
better.
This is the best option. I forgot about that.
But that was my idea.
You take on b7, I take, and we are in this position. Rook c7. Okay, but in this particular position there is tactic.
Which one? Rook d6.
And two files will be controlled by black. Rook c7, and when you go with the bishop h4, I guess h4 and eternal bishop.
And you can play f5 and e4.
Yeah. Okay, it's a tense moment. Let's just stop for a moment. Queen c4 was played. So is queen c4 an option to exchange? Is this tempting?
No, I
and then rook e6, bishop is
to play queen c4.
Obviously, but yeah, I agree. But I was thinking, Almira, is she maybe hesitating because she's also evaluating this position, and then bishop g7 will start. Okay, but
she will lose playing knight d5.
Yeah, you're right. So she's not thinking about that. So what is her major concern?
Maybe queen c5. So we tried queen b6.
Okay,
queen c5.
Queen c5 is also an option. You're right.
And then if queen c5, then d takes c5.
Upgraded version. By the way, Tan played precisely the move which we were saying is leading
to
to
better position.
much better position. Okay, Elisabeth, Queen C5, your move.
So let's have a look, like how is it different if I will take like Queen C5, D takes C5. Let's say she will go Rook D1. And White's idea is to play Knight D5 anyway. So what can you do here? Rook E6.
Rook
your
E6,
move?
yes.
Attacking the 4 power.
Yeah,
and
Knight D5 is possible,
here.
but now I move my rook, let's say somewhere. C8. But then you go back. Maybe.
Maybe you should take on D5 or no. Then Rook D5.
Okay, this position I would try to avoid for a while, because I think long term this F5 can be an issue if I don't take on D5. But I just need to regroup somehow. Okay, let's say that I play the worst.
Wait, the worst.
I'm moving away my rook.
Okay, what else can I do here? Can I play Rook C2?
Yeah, Rook C2 is a move. I was thinking then I play B6. I just need to regroup, like 5 moves I need, and then White will start defending again in a probably tougher way.
Also Bishop G7, maybe Bishop D4 then, yes. Yes, you're right.
I go B4, Bishop A4. Doesn't work. My idea was tactics.
No, this I've seen.
Yeah, I'm just showing to the viewers that this was the point, guys, but Bishop A4 is coming.
And if I go back like Knight C3, then you simply play Bishop G7.
Yeah, okay. I think when I play Bishop G7, that it will be very good. Because Bishop now, of course, can control the diagonal, but I think it's more important to control the second one. So, Harika being on 5 minutes, maybe we should get them both. Elisabeth in comfortable situation, 17 minutes. Sarah just played the sequence we mentioned, Queen F1, but we will stick to Elisabeth's game. Here, Bishop C5 is the move to follow, but let's go to this position. We are waiting. Harika is thinking.
It's down to 5 minutes.
And I would like to see the board maybe with the camera to see the move being executed.
It's an interesting angle. It's like the board was cut in half.
Exactly.
Yes.
Like the table is 3 meters. Okay, Elisabeth preparing to write the move. Yes, I think this angle with the board a bit right. Yes, exactly. Thanks. At the end.
It reminded me of this magician number where, like, see, you cut the box in half, and then you're not sure if the person
but the person comes out
yes.
Anyway somehow. 95 played.
So now we take on D5.
Yes. But maybe in scenario with Queen B6, Knight D5, Bishop D5, E D5, it was a little bit worse. Because here, if I go Knight D5, Bishop D5, E D5,
I can play Rook C8. Oh, you mean if you take Rook E2, Bishop E2?
But Rook E2, now she can take Queen C5. So I think this is the problem with the Queen C5. Because now in this scenario, I think that white will survive this one.
No, but with queen b6 we couldn't.
Queen b6 was a bit...
No, you couldn't take with bishop b2 because the pawn on f2 was hanging. It was not the same line. That
Yes, there is no queen c5 move. So knight d5, bishop d5, e d5, rook e2. There is no queen c5 now.
Yes, but queen e2 is.
But queen e2 is the position I would love to play.
No, but bishop b2 is, of course, was not possible.
That's why I think that queen b6 was maybe more precise move than queen c5. Because in this way, Harika, I think, is ready to... Knight d5 was a good move. That she's ready to end up in this position. She just take with the e pawn, which on queen b6 was not so good. And I think that she has improved a bit. So maybe after bishop d5, e d5, I need to play rook c8 to dominate over c5. But you play rook c2. Now I think that Harika's chances are quite a good one. Yeah, e d5, a good move.
Okay, here rook c8, rook c2. Can I play b5? But you will take on c5. Oh wait, it's possible.
Rook c8.
Rook c8, rook c2. You said. Then b5.
Okay, queen c5.
Queen c5, d takes c5.
Okay, possible. But I think that Almira, we should check Assaubayeva against Munguntuul because there is some sequence happening. So after d6, bishop c4, bishop e4, queen c3, d5 happened.
But wait a second, bishop. Bibisara played bishop c4, so the pawn on c3 is on Prix.
She want to take the pawn on c3, bishop e4 played, queen c3, d5. Queen e5, queen e5, f takes e5, rook e6 will be played, I guess.
But then rook, bishop d3.
Rook e5. So we will end up in this position, being a pawn down.
No, but maybe she wants to take here on d3.
Yeah, and then maybe
and
try
then rook c2
or rook c3. That was a very good choice for black, for Munguntuul, because I don't believe that after rook e6, maybe she's thinking, yeah, rook e6 played, that she is in danger.
Actually, Bibisara found a way to win the pawn on c3, and we haven't considered it at all. So let me check just 1 second what happened. After d6, she played bishop c4, bishop b4, queen c3. Maybe you shouldn't force things here.
But is bishop e4 necessary?
It's not in the position to play.
I was thinking e4, but then you won't take on c3 because of d5. You will go queen d4, maybe a maneuver a bit.
Okay, but let's have a look at the game, because Batkhuyag only has 4 minutes left, and it's an interesting endgame. So rook e5. So can I play king f2 here? You will take on d3, of course. Will you?
Yes.
King f2, bishop d3.
cd3, rook c3.
Yes, now rook c3.
And big chances for a draw. big chances for a draw. And most likely this will happen. Okay, let's just recheck what's going on. We have a long game ahead of us. This is obvious in Koneru against Goryachkina. Here, bishop c5 was played, and now Sara needs to find a way. Maybe it's already too late, since this looks really scary. White is passive and e3 is coming. Here, we can say that it's unclear, but maybe black is not in a danger. And what happened in Harika against Elisabeth? Okay, black is slightly better, but because h4 it's important to push at some stage. But I think the worst part is over for white.
And I was thinking, what is better to have the pawn on b5 and to play b4 than the pawn on b7?
But then you have a possibility
to
with
play b5 if your bishop is on c4.
Rook exchange sacrifice. When the pawn is on b4, sometimes there is a chance that you sacrifice.
On c4 and play b3, yes.
So which game you want to stick to?
Let's have a look at Sara's game.
Okay,
yes,
here we have some tactics.
A lot of
looks unpleasant. 8 minutes on the clock. Yeah, this multi view maybe it's a right moment to have it.
How many moves left here? Only 8 moves, yes,
8
till
moves.
the time control. So Sara has 8 minutes. It's enough to reach the time control, but she's facing a lot of problems on the board.
If Tan wins this one, it will be like a smooth victory. Good opening choice, middle game, played well. But don't forget, guys, that Sara managed to save, not just to save, but to win the game against Harika, which looked tough. Also, there were some others, swindlers, or games where players were sort of lost, like Bibisara against Sarasadat. Munguntuul was the one also escaping. So it's always possible. Still, it's not dead lost. Maybe b4 she will play, even sacrifice the pawn just to come out with the bishop. Sara.
I wanted to praise also our team. We have wonderful images, kaleidoscope of chessboards, Charlie's taking interviews, Nikki taking photos, and so
yeah, they're doing a great job. I fully agree with that.
Sometimes players are running away from Charlie's. She told me that she doesn't catch them in time, for the interview. But
yeah, the thing is, players are staying in a different hotel that Hotel Novotel, so they're staying in Hermitage. Sometimes there is a mobile phone there. You want to maybe not just check with the engine because you can do it together with Charlize, but the point is that you want to maybe check your preparation because you forgot one move, you're not sure about something. You also want to immediately exchange some messages or phone call with your coach, who was following your team, who was following your match.
Or to switch on the computer and analyze the game.
Yes, so I think this is also the okay. There might be also some personal things. If someone is having something and you just want to immediately check the situation, but also viewers and we would like to know their opinions. So of course, Almira, we are also players. We've been to that situation. Okay, so here we will have.
Humpy just played a5.
Yeah, she wants to get the activity because she is trying to find a open line for her rook.
F4. Mhm. It's not easy to make, especially in this position, a move for Humpy. So will she take on G5? Will she take on B4? Will she play F6 at some point because she needs to break this powerful chain? Okay, she started with Queen G5, so H take G5 will be played, and then so she will take on B4. Or maybe she can play A4. No, A4 A3. No, I think she will take on B4. So it takes B4. Yes.
It takes B4, yes. CB.
CB, and now
G6 or F6.
G6 or F6. Yes, those are very difficult choices.
But I think nothing is wrong with G6.
No?
I don't believe that here black can be in danger.
No, but I want to play King G3 and then F5 and King F4.
Never mind, even
Yes,
that
and
will
then-
be achieved. Okay, I start with Rook A4.
Rook B3.
Rook B3, okay. I don't know, I wait. Let's say, I don't know, King G7.
Okay, now F5.
You can play F5.
No, but you will take and then you'll have King
C5.
G6
I
and
have also
C5.
C5 immediately, yes.
No, this will not work. Okay.
Okay, you wait, I wait. I don't know. And we are waiting.
Okay, but then let me bring the king to D4. Or King E3.
Okay, so you have a plan to bring it to
Yes.
D4.
Mm-hmm.
But then I will wait with my king.
And you place
Rook
D5.
yes. So you need to place your rook to C5 as well. But okay, I can also come with my king.
But what will my king do on D4 then if I cannot go King
Yes.
C5, King
Okay,
B6?
you're trying to prepare it somehow, but also my king can be. I don't believe that this will.
So G6 is a safe move.
I was thinking about this. Maybe F6 just immediately kills the CB.
No, you'll take on
and
D4.
F6. Yes.
F6.
Maybe it just kills the game. But G6, I don't see anything wrong with it. And G6 was played.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's a proper move. We have a move in Sara. Sarasadat played Knight C4.
Mm-hmm. Oh, she wants to.
She wants to block the E3 square.
Knight E3 or Bishop E3. So what can you do here?
Okay, it's not clear.
What if I attack the pawn on G5?
I was thinking about Bishop B7. If you go B3, I can go B5. It seems to me as a tough move for white. So Bishop D7. I don't see how she will protect it because of Queen D1. There is, of course, always tactics. Bishop A4.
But with the bishop on G4, I wanted to play Queen D8. But then probably you will play H3. What do you think? If I play Queen D8 here. Just a second. Mm-hmm. Yes, I think that then you can play H3 and Knight E3. That's what she wants. She wants to stabilize the position. We play H3 here, Bishop C8, and maybe Knight E3. Oh, I can still take on D5.
Yes, you can. But no need to do it, I think. I wouldn't go for this. I think my queen is more than fine with H4. Yeah, because I think that this one is anyway an issue for. Okay, if I go Bishop C8, am I threatening on Bishop E3, Bishop A6? Maybe
but
I
can
do.
I take on C5?
BC5, B3 and E3.
Yes, sir.
And Queen F2 next. So this is. But first I need to take. First I need to take on C4.
King G1.
When has now?
Yes, now King G1.
Okay, possible. Okay, queen
But
f6,
anyway, this
queen
position,
d4, yeah,
yes,
looks...
is very dangerous. Queen
Yeah,
f6,
so
queen
maybe
d4.
bishop c8. You cannot play. You can maybe, you need to play maybe knight e3, not to be pinned. But also looks a little bit clumsy. But bishop d7 or bishop c8.
But then we enter the same line, only I can win the pawn on b5.
Exactly.
So maybe I can start with queen d8 here, if you can protect this pawn anyway. And she goes
Bishop
for
d8.
bishop c8.
I think this is an important move. Yes. And now we will see, will Sara play knight e3?
Okay, yes, let's stay on this
Yeah.
game because
She's long time.
time travel. Position is still complicated, so bishop c8. Can she play? What did we try? Knight e3 here.
Knight?
Knight e3. I think that's Sarah's idea anyway. She will play knight e3 here.
Okay, knight e3, bishop d7 anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop e3. Ooh, now bishop a6. I think wins a spot. Okay, but it's bishop a6 is the move you want to make.
Yes, that's what we know.
Yeah, this is the move you want to make. Bishop a6. I'm trying to think, okay, because we are in relaxed like a roll, but I think that Tan immediately sees that this bishop a6 and e-pawn will bring her this a decisive advantage.
And maybe the first victory in the tournament.
I think also Sara is aware that bishop a6 is coming. Bishop a6 really is screaming to be played, and
Yes,
Tan
and
is...
you can see she's looking at the at this side of the board. Even she's trying to hide.
Yeah, Tan spotted. Now she plays bishop a6.
Sarah was trying to hide it actually.
She took on c5, bc5, and b3 will be played, only move. But now e3 is coming. Okay, maybe she can play g3, but also it's not a great start. Yeah. g3 or b3? Maybe g3 to open the king, but anyway.
g3, queen f6. We mentioned this.
Yeah, then b3, trying to come up.
But then queen d4.
Yeah, I know. And then the queen d5.
Yes. So we managed. Yes, we managed to win the pawn on d5. I would be really afraid to play g3 here, especially with the light square bishop still on the board. So I think b3, e3, yes, king g1 and queen f6 anyway. So
yeah, b3 played, not g3, and now e3 is the move. Also is possible to play queen f6 immediately, but e3 is the one she will calculate, because queen f2 is a threat. You can play g3, but then queen f6, queen e7, queen e4. No, she's now just calculating, is e3 winning immediately, or she can go for queen f6. I've noticed then in similar situation she would stick to second option, but a good option, also let's say winning option, but a little bit safer. So she has sometimes this tendency, she sees this e3, she calculates, but she sees that also queen f6 is good enough, so she plays that kind of move. That's what I've noticed. Maybe now the situation will be different. But if queen f6 would be a much lower quality, she would go for e3 for sure.
Okay, so let's see. She's about to make a move, but I think here she will go for e3.
Okay. Yes, you're right. So she went for e3.
King g1 is the only move.
No, g3 is also.
G3. Yes, but g3 just transposes to
so
queen
f2 is a threat.
G4.
You must cover f2 square either with the king or.
No, g3 you said queen e7 here, yes?
Yes. And this is tricky because then bishop b7, black can change her mind. We will have a draw in Paehtz versus Harika, but we will come back later to that, since opposite colors bishops without rooks on the board.
This is the position, normally where the football commentators would be screaming because the player, he's so close, he's like the queen in h4, he is just about to score, but the nature of chess commentary is a bit different, of course, and we all understand how difficult this moment is for Sarah, because not only she needs to reach the time control, but also to avoid the immediate defeat here. So queen f2 is a huge threat.
Yeah, our role is more connected to commentating some sports which are individual and long-lasting, let's say cycling, maybe triathlon or something where, yeah, people not tend to scream and celebrate some move or something. It's a bit long-term, right? Only maybe during the last 100 meters or something.
But once again, they are commenting the action, while we are anticipating, commentating live moments and trying to predict the future.
Yeah, g3 played, and now queen e7 you mentioned as a good move, and yeah. Anyway, queen needs to move, so instead of f6, e7 is the one.
It would be interesting to actually to witness if the tennis commentators, like, they would have time, and say, okay, now we will
see forehand diagonal.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So this will be an exact, angle where Federer is going exactly to shoot the ball, but it's absolutely impossible. So.
Yeah, sometimes they're just quiet before they see the action. Sarah not happy with the outcome. Maybe we should see them both, since queen e7 is a really tough move.
Tama is also getting quite low on time, but she's in the driver's seat in this game. So. And she remembers her game against Munguntuul, where she was completely winning, and a few inaccurate decisions spoiled her decisive advantage. And she drew that game, so she wants to be sure.
Okay, let's try to think what's bothering her. So queen e7, you're threatening queen e4 check. Is there anything? Okay, we have
another draw.
Yes, we have a draw in Munguntuul with black against Assaubayeva. Let's just check what happened here. Rook e5. Another very...
she took rook this.
Yeah, we will get, I think, from Charlie. I don't know if there will be an interview. Players may be left. But anyway, it's obvious that she didn't see this
Rook G1.
Queen H5 and then Rook G1. But again, dubious choice, and it's typical when you are in a good shape, you are sort of lucky, or you are getting luck in your hands, that this is now like a normal result, good result for Munguntuul, but actually she was very close to get into lost position just right after the opening. So I think that still her openings are not so on a level.
Okay, she's playing with the white pieces against Harika in the next round, but here I'm trying to find out if she can score her grandmaster. No, she needs to score 6 out of 9.
So we have a draw already in Paehtz. We can check the camera like a little bit to move it around, since only 2 games are in progress. Yeah. All others were drawn. I was expecting some more decisive games, but what to do? It seems that Goryachkina has managed to outplay Koneru, which is strange. Everything looked normal, and then F5 came.
No, it was our
Sorry, my bad.
It was our What happened?
Sorry. Here G6 was played. She took on A5, and then G4, which was okay move. King G7. Rook A8. Okay, so she blundered maybe that here,
She cannot.
if she
Cannot enter
takes,
endgame,
that king goes to, or first B4, and she will lose this pawn endgame, and I think that was missed by her, that white is quicker. And white is pushing first.
Wait a second, nice pawn endgame, which would be winning, yes, for.
So around here, G4 was played in Koneru. So first, Goryachkina took on A5, which was the first thing, not allowing pawns to be doubled. G4, King G3, and here in this position,
I think she forgot that she cannot enter the pawn endgame.
She was thinking that she can counter attack over I think it was missed that after Rook A8, Rook H3 is the move, not Rook H1, where after Rook H1, Rook H8, okay, also this might be a problem. Here at least, but anyway, white is the one who is coming to the A file first, but here it's even upgraded because this rook can immediately come. And she thought that she can defend the A file and the H file, but here she just loses this one because after B4, C4 square will be conquered, and white is the first one. White is already there on the 5th rank, and white just wins. So after Rook H3, Koneru played Rook E8, and now Goryachkina will play Rook 8 to H1, and I think she's just winning. Let's check Tan, what has happened there. It seems that she misplayed a bit. So she went for Queen D8, not Queen E7, not Queen F6. Queen D8.
And then Queen F3 wins the pawn on F3. I think that you should keep this pawn at any cost here.
So she gave it away, thinking that she will build this battery. But now king will moving around, and maybe...
Could this happen again?
Yes. She misplayed it. And Sarah is out of the danger anymore. I think now that Tan is a bit devastated that she has found out that there is no advantage. Okay, maybe still is possible to create something, but this probably is the best position of white for a long. 14th move. Yeah. I think the game will end up in a draw.
It's still a long way to go, I think, but Tang just realized, yes, that there's nothing winning.
Yeah.
for the moment, and she needs to play on. By the way, I'm still thinking, because I can't concentrate because I still have this position from the game between Alexandra Goryachkina and Humpy Koneru, and I'm thinking that can she play King f8 soon, like King f8, King e7?
Okay, we will go back to this.
Replace.
So here she just played Queen h1, and now King will go up to protect the pawn, and we will be in this position, and this position will last for a while. Let's check. So you mentioned King f8.
Yes. What happens here? Because we know that the endgame is lost. So I wanted to play King f8, King e7.
Okay, first of all, even this kind of position, or Rook h7 first, is probably...
I said that you wanted to take and play
Yes.
Rook a1.
This is also an option.
And Rook.
But here...
But maybe if my king is closer, then it's better.
Yes, for sure, but here there is trick. And you cannot take with this rook, because then the a4 is point, and if you take with f, this rook h6 or rook h7, I think.
Yes, and then rook somewhere,
and always you cannot parry. So can go on. If you play king e7, I just take here, and there is check. King e6, rook to h6. So she's penetrating with e6, which I don't think it's an easy move.
But e6 is a wonderful resource here. You see, I was like thinking about.
But let's say if I f5, why f5? You have check. You have check, and then
maybe
you
I can
take.
Yes.
Okay, so this is the reason.
But f6, and then you run with your king, even there. Let's say check, yes, b4, f6,
and then king. Okay, first check, maybe check, and then king f3, and then I run. Okay.
But the e6.
E6 is
you need
winning.
to find this wonderful resource. Okay, and we have the interview, which will follow soon. Did we reach the time control?
Yes, after the interview, we will make a short break. Yeah, or we will make a short break now and then come back a bit later.
And Alexandra Goryachkina just played rook h1. So
I'm here with Bibisara Assaubayeva, who just drew her game against Munguntuul. A tough game where you had an advantage in the opening. Let's go through it. I want to hear your thoughts of what happened.
Yeah, it was my preparation until b3. It was Sicilian defense, and here I knew some bishop b7 move, and after castle I don't found the... It's not working
again. Hold on. I guess we can talk about the position with the frozen.
Yeah, okay. I missed that after castle queen h5 f5. I didn't see the rook g1 move, unfortunately. Yeah. Now I'm very upset about this because I thought it was tough game. Maybe I have some advantage after, but it wasn't very easy to find. But now, okay, queen h5 and rook g1 wasn't very hard to find.
It's very much your style to play like this in the first place, right?
Yeah, but unfortunately I feel very bad in this tournament. I get sick. That's why maybe I hope only that's why I missed this opportunity.
Right. But you played h4 in this game and you thought it would give you as equal chances?
Yeah, I thought that maybe at some moment I will have h5, h6 and g4. But I think she played well, but computer didn't agree with this.
Maybe our tablet is a little stuck right now, so I'm going to try and navigate this French and go back. Okay, the whole screen is not working. At least we got the position on the board. But
yeah, okay. After I played h5, h4, f5, f4. I think it's a good move. It was a good move. Bishop b7, h5, king h6. Actually, I think I didn't see this move because I thought she should play h6. But of course, after h6, I have advantage after rook g1, and king h8 was a really good move. Rook g1. And here she played bishop f6. During the game, I thought she can also play rook a e8 and then e5. It was dangerous for me because I want to do a castle, but sometimes pawn on c3 and queen d6, queen a3, it was unpleasant. So, yeah.
And you were kind of following a game by Sevian in this position, who playing as black, but black didn't castle in that game. Black played bishop b7. Were you aware of this when it came up, and then castling was just kind of threw you off?
I didn't check the castle. Usually my opponent played the Caracan system, and I just checked the Sicilian very quick, so I should prepare better for sure.
You said you're not feeling too great in this event, correct?
Yeah, yesterday I went to sleep at 3 a.m. because I have temperature, so it's a little hard to play good.
But you're still managing. We have a few rounds left. What is your mentality like? Are you just going to try and push through, survive these last rounds?
Okay, I will try to win even one game because it's hard. It's unpleasant to have -1, but we will see how it happened. I have 1 white and 2 blacks in the last rounds.
Well, your chess is always very exciting to watch, so I hope we get to see more of that action on the board.
Thank you. Good.
Dear chess friends, welcome back to our studio in Monaco. We are commentating the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. This is the third leg of the series. And just before that, there was a wonderful interview by Charlize, and she asked Bibisara, well, about the game, of course, and about how everything is going during this tournament. So she haven't seen Rook G1.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, that was a very interesting follow-up, but at the same time, she confessed that she was not feeling well during this event, and she's doing well. First of all, I wanted to say that she's staying true to her style. She's still playing very aggressive chess, but unfortunately, sometimes it doesn't work.
Yeah, it was a very good opening choice, and if she have spotted this Rook G1, I think it will be a really, really tough situation for Munguntuul. But if you don't see the motive, then of course it's not easy to find a way how to move on.
Yeah,
But let's go to the. You want to add something?
No, I wanted to add that's like I know this feeling, when things are not going well, you want to be certain. It reminds me of boxing once again. You're receiving the punches, you're trying to hide yourself, and
yeah, I just want to check what's going on in Goryachkina against Koneru, because perfectly e6 was perfectly played, and now I think that Humpy is really on the verge of defeat, and actually it's not easy to advise any response after e6, because if
in
you
hindsight, g6, we were talking about g6 or f6, so maybe f6 forcing exchanges was a better try.
Yeah, I think g6 was also a good one, but yeah, she just the same thing, like you mentioned Bibisara. Bibisara hasn't seen this motive of g1. Here, Humpy missed that the h file is a problem, that she's losing an endgame, pawn's endgame, and then yeah, suddenly your complete concept is changing. So here she's that lost only because of that reason. So e6, what to do? If we take rook e6, then you're dropping the pawn, the rook. If takes rook h7, is there any way here to parry the attack? To chase maybe the rook?
You can try e5 here, I don't know.
Okay, yeah, maybe let's say c5.
c5,
so
yes.
on rook c7, trying to okay. Can I play something crazy now? Rook e7, and you give check, I go to g7.
This works. So rook e7, king h8.
Double attack. I'm taking one rook.
But wait a second, maybe not rook c7.
Okay.
What else can I do here? Wait. c5 is an interesting try. Can I play rook h6?
Yeah, this is the best move. Because you want to double the rooks, and then there will be a checkmate. For example, just to show to the viewers, I think that's even possible to ignore completely. So let's...
Can you...
I can come with the king to g6. So If I go this way, you go d2. Okay, I can try to catch, but I'm not on time to protect my rook. So one move. If I would be now, let's say, on a move, then this is a checkmating net. So I'm one step away from that idea.
But can you take on d4 first, just in case?
Okay, I can
Yes.
take. I can take here. Of course, I can catch I can play this. And if you play d2, then I'm threatening a checkmate. And you need to lose time, and I'm taking the pawn. So I'm threatening this checkmate. So that means that here you cannot push. Yeah, I think this just wins.
I think that Humpy simply cannot believe her eyes in this situation. I was observing her for a while. She knows that the position is completely lost. And, it went from something which was completely equal, just in one move. The evaluation has changed to winning for white.
Let's just show what you were saying. So around here, that was the moment. Everything was well played, and I would say that Humpy was the one from 0.60 outplaying Alexandra and getting into zeros. So that means that your quality of moves, since the initial position was around, let's say here, when was this bishop g4? It was 0.60. So with a precise play, she lowered it down to zeros. So that means that the way how she played was really good.
She nivelated Alexandra's activity.
So she played perfect game, sort of perfect game. But then at this point you mentioned
here.
Yeah. So I think g6 was not the reason why she came to the lost position. But let's say f.
No, but I'm not sure that f6 also is such a.
Okay, no. First,
we wanted to take on b4.
Yes, taking on b4 first. But she was afraid of f5. Maybe.
Yes. Yes. We missed this completely.
So f6. If you go immediately, let's say that I take. Okay, this is not so easy because g6 is coming. So that's why I think
g6 and f5.
Yes, that's, and if you go here, if you go f5, I will collect it, and then again 2 passers.
No, but g6 is fine.
G6 is fine.
But then we should continue.
So takes. G6 was very good. Everything was well. Takes. I think everything was fine. Maybe immediately she could have transferred the king, but okay, she played this. Yeah, only this rook a8. So if you play rook e8, I play this. Can I play rook h8?
No, but E6. Now you can. Yes, you can take and play e6.
Okay, so e6 is the motive. Okay, then it's not so clear. Hang on. What is the precise play from this point? So g4 was played, takes king g3. Okay, we are in this position. We are trying to find the cure for white's initiative.
Can you play rook e4? No, rook a4?
Rook a4 takes.
And then, because I want to take on
d4,
I want to take
d3.
on e5. When if you place your rooks, so maybe I need my king somewhere on f8. Can I yes, like this, and I want to wait a little bit. And now, let's say rook somewhere, maybe rook e8. I was afraid that you're going to play b4. No, Alojzije?
b4.
No, if I play rook e8, I want to wait. If I play rook h3, then I will take on e5. So what can you do here? b4.
b4.
But then d4.
Yeah. Okay, that's a viable concept. You're right, Almira. That's actually something. I was trying to find something where I can liquidate faster. After g4, I must take. I was thinking some rook a4 now and then to distract the king, but
Just same king g3.
yeah. Anyway, so if you go this, and then king f3, and then I go on over. Okay, so here, yeah, I think you're right. Your concept is the best. If I go c5, you can always go rook d3, so I just cannot play it.
First, I wanted to play rook e4, rook c4, but you will play rook a1. No, so I need to keep my rook on a4.
I'm trying to check around here. Should this happen at rook e6? Maybe that would have been avoided immediately, some rook a8 or something. So she went for this, and then h5. She was afraid of g4. Maybe rook a8 was necessary before and not playing h5. a5, f4. So she was afraid of this position, which also has some logic.
Alexandra has glanced at her opponent. Well, of course, she knows that she's winning after e6.
Yeah, it was not easy.
Look at this now.
Okay, let's check what's going on in Sarasadat against Zhongyi. Now black is winning again.
Why is it winning? Wait.
King e3, king c1, king b1.
She's trying to stretch the position a little bit. So.
Queen b2 was... Okay, this is not easy.
Why is it winning?
Bishop e4. Bishop e4 wins. Threatening queen f2. So let's say if you play some move, I'm threatening queen f2. If you go to,
let's say king c3.
There is checkmate. If you go to c1, another one, you need to come to d1, and then bishop f3, you need to come to c1, check, and once again, a checkmating net. So here...
No, we need to make a move, not a5 then.
Okay, I was just making a threat. I'm thinking. So bishop e4.
You mean so she's losing? She cannot keep her queen on.
Yeah, so she must come up, and then she's dropping the h2 pawn.
Queen h2, but the game continues.
Yeah, okay, knight d2. Let's say bishop. Maybe I can play something better. Even queen g1 to protect the pawn first. And then when you put queen b2, then bishop. Can I go bishop somewhere? Yes, I can.
Okay, let's play a5 here.
a5. Okay, maybe bishop g6 is not the right spot for the bishop. Maybe here is better, and then you need to push f6 at some stage and try to maybe prepare later some g5. Create a passer. I don't see how to win. Maybe to exchange the queens at some moment and try to play on h4. You know that let me try to show you the concept. Let's say I will just play something. It's not important. Is this the best way or not? So I'm trying to show the idea.
I cannot stop this.
And then I play this. But here it's not winning because it's opposite square. But this is the way how you move the pawn and
How you support the
yes,
pawn.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but of course this is not winning because I'm having an opposite colored bishop.
And
Bishop e4 played, and queen c3 will be a follow-up. We have a move in Humpy's game against Goryachkina. Rook a4 played. Okay, that's a good try, because when takes rook e4, she wants to make check, king, but okay, she wants to play this. Let's say I give check, you go up, I protect. Yeah, but it's winning. Rook g7 and rook f8 is important defense. So will Alexandra take on f7? She's thinking. Maybe it's a moment that we combine two cameras, full screen. Is that an option, Almira, that we have two games simultaneously on two screens?
I'm not sure that Etienne agrees with you.
I'm pretty sure that he's eager to do it. Yeah.
You can forget about the commentators. Let's concentrate on the players, of course.
Because now it's, I guess, obvious for you that you know what is going on in the games.
And in the previous round, Humpy didn't play g6 against Zhongyi, which would have been the winning move. And here she played g6, but this move eventually brought her the losing position.
Yeah, I think that Humpy knows that she's lost, but
So how should the game continue? King f7?
King f7 and then this rook. No, if she takes, then she's immediately lost. Rook h7, she cannot take. This is the problem, because then rook h7 and king cannot go up. The point is rook e4. She wants to go rook e4 and then this check, and rook f8. Maybe rook e8 also wins, but I think rook k8 is the most decisive. Rook e4 expect. What does this mean if those two games? Okay, so Goryachkina, she's getting to +1. So she will climb a bit with 3.5 points out of 6 games.
Yeah, she will leapfrog Humpy Koneru. Humpy
will stay on 3 out of 6, 50%. Sarasadat will be overtaken. Okay, will be catched by Tan if this happens.
But she will be overtaken by Goryachkina as well.
Yeah, so we have some changes in the standings. Lagno will stay on top, half point
and Batkhuyag
ahead.
Munguntuul, she's also on 3.5 after 6 games. So Kateryna.
Rook e7 played. Okay, that's also an option. That's maybe a good defense. It looks to me that Goryachkina is surprised a bit with that move. So rook h8, check, rook 7. Probably the move. Maybe she can also do it differently, that she plays rook s6 first.
But what if rook h7, then king s6? And you want to exchange one rook, yes?
Yeah,
so.
but I think that this is the better option since I'm threatening to take with this one. So I think that this is now the move.
And if you play rook e4 here, then you
Then
will
the
go
same
rook
position.
h7 and rook
Yes,
f8.
always the same position. So you can go d4, I take, you take, I keep check. You go here, but this is dead lost. Yeah, two passes connected. So
But let's continue this one. Rook d2.
rook d2, rook c6. That always wins, and rook b6. b4, maybe even g6. But I think here
King f5.
everything wins.
I would play king
I think
f5.
it's too fast. Check. Just they're too fast. King down, it's too fast. So rook e7, rook h8.
And here we are.
I was thinking only cameras, but our Etienne also provides us a board.
And we can actually maybe have an analysis board in the middle, and then this will be a picture.
Yes,
perfect.
I think we should complicate his life a bit. He can do it, you know. It's like we are like having a student who is capable of complicated and more complicated tactics and examples.
Perfect. So king f7 was played, and actually rook 1 h6 is the move in this position.
Yes, rook 1 to h6 is the move.
Because
White should go for it, while in Sarasadat, king c1 was played. Hang on, so she didn't take on g2. No, now she takes. Now she takes. Yeah, sorry. Now she takes on h2, and that's the position we go.
Goryachkina just played rook h6. She barely spent a minute on that move.
She wants to play rook h7.
This is the boa constrictor style.
Yes, and now I'm curious to see what will Humpy do. Yes, then Zhongyi took on h2, and of course pawns are on two wings, which is in advantage of bishop. Only good thing for white is that she has this nice blocking square on c4, but that's about it.
Oh, nevertheless, the game will continue for a while. Knight d2 is a very good move, very good defensive move. She is also covering the b1 square just in case.
Now this queen g1 we mentioned in this position as a move to protect the c5 pawn by checking, and then after king b2 deciding where to place the bishop. I think f5 is the place. Rook to e4 was played by Humpy. Actually, something we predicted. Now rook h7 check and rook f8 is winning.
So let's have a look at this variation once again. So the rook f8.
Threatening checkmate. d4 or king d6. And
can we hide? Let's say rook. But you don't want to take with the rook here, so you need to play rook g7, king c5.
Okay, you can play rook e6 for a start if you want.
Yes, but then rook f6.
f6.
So I wanted to bring my king somewhere close.
Rook g6.
What can we do? b4. And how to react here? Rook c8. Yeah, this is it. So bishop, like
rook from c6. Yeah. Okay, now I take on c3 with the rook or with the pawn, whatever. Yeah, 2 pawns down.
Okay, so here if we play king g6, rook g7, so that if rook
And
e6,
then rook f6. But that probably is not
no,
necessary.
there is rook e6. No, wait, no. King e6. Yes?
King g5.
Ah, yes, king g5. Okay.
Takes. King g5.
This king e6 doesn't work, but then what can we do here? Okay, let's play this move. Can you take it?
I'm not sure. I'm just thinking maybe rook e7 wins some spot.
No, because this doesn't work. Then you can simply play king f5.
But you play king e6 first, yeah.
Ah, first king e6.
Yeah, but maybe I should play rook e7 now.
Ah, rook e7 first,
cut your
and then king so rook g1.
King f3.
King
King
h4.
h4, yes, and then rook e5 or rook e8. Rook e8 is the threat.
Sometimes, and then f7. Yes, so.
Yeah, rook e8 just in next move.
So,
But I think that Goryachkina played it. She played rook f8, the best move.
so we have this position on the board.
King is on e6, threatening checkmate. So Humpy needs to play king d6. What else to do? While Tan just played queen g1, king goes to b2, and bishop f5 I'm expecting, but maybe there are some other possibilities.
Bishop e5, and we mentioned the move a5. For the moment, this is a perfect defensive setup for white. Yes, the knight on d2 covers all of the squares. g3, f4, queen on c3 protects everything. So after f5, Tan has to demonstrate yet once again.
Yeah, she needs to outplay. Yeah, exactly. So f6, kings to g6. These are some possibilities.
So how many times do you have to outplay your opponent in one game?
Yeah, on this level, few times.
So what would you try here?
King h7, f6.
King h7.
Yeah, but king a3, maybe to move away. The king.
Just to make a move.
Yes.
What else you can also play knight c4. And f6 now. Which makes sense, I'm not allowing you to jump on a5. So okay, let's say
for example, let's say Gukesh would win 100 from 100 in this position with black, even against engine. Maybe there are not many players who would win this position against engines, but he is the guy who can win. He really has this great technique.
But okay, let's play a little wait. Knight g2.
Okay, king goes to. I think at some stage you need to play king f6, queen f2, king h6, h4, king h5.
So let's try.
Queen f2.
Let's start with queen f2. Let's say we'll go somewhere.
Move the king to h6.
You don't want to play h4. No, this pawn is hanging, of course. So king h6. Okay, I'm waiting once again.
Okay.
So let's try. Yes. I'm a bit afraid.
Maybe it's not at the right moment.
Yes.
We did it at the wrong moment.
Because now we can play knight.
Yeah, we did it at the wrong moment. Let's hang on. So this is the position. Okay, this is how you play, right? Okay, we still need to calculate queen's exchange at some stage. When queen comes to h6, king comes to h6, is queen d4 a move? Knight c4, queen d4.
Knight c4. Oh no.
Is that a move?
Yeah, I'm pushing b4, b5 quickly, no? Let's try.
Takes.
Yes.
I don't believe. I think bishop will always fight with
Okay,
with the,
before.
okay, g5.
G5. Yes. Yeah.
Bishop is too strong there.
Bishop before.
Maybe king g5, king g4,
Oh,
king
wait,
g.
yes,
Also possible. I don't know.
So b5 and bishop
King.
will always. No,
Yeah.
but I like this bishop before.
No.
What can you do here?
No, no chance.
Say knight d6.
No, bishop g2. Bishop is too. But play. Don't take on d4. Can you play something not to take on d4?
Wait a second.
54th move. Yes, that you move the queen.
No. Okay, now I just wanted to check this line, but then let's go somewhere. Queen e1.
Yes. Okay, but
now your queen is
my queen is
dominating
much better.
the board, of course. So.
Bishop d3 or bishop. I can even play bishop e6. You cannot take because of checkmate. Yeah.
Yes, so maybe yes, this is the
Now
right
I'm having an upgraded position. I can even now go to queen's endgame with c4 if you move the knight. So bishop f5 played. Humpy played king d6, everything according to the plan, and now rook g6.
G7.
Rook g7, sorry.
But at this moment, we were hesitating if she will play rook e6 or not.
So first white needs to make a move. Maybe she's also thinking about this move. Okay, she can also go that way. It's similar.
Yes, I wanted to bring up the pairings. I wanted to tell you that Batkhuyag, she's having the white pieces twice, so against Harika, Dronavalli, and Alexandra Goryachkina. And she will face with the black pieces Elisabeth Paehtz. She still has a chance, to fulfill her grandmaster norm. Whether it will be already impossible, yes, for Bibisara. Unless she scores, she needs to score.
So if she takes the grandmaster norm, she will take it at how do you call this Azure Sea, or what is the Côte d'Azur? Same location where I got my second GM norm. It was in Cannes Open 2005. So it's a memorable place. It's not a bad place to take a GM norm, because then you will remember it every time you come to this part of the Europe.
Yes, what I wanted to say is also that it's still possible for Sarasadat to achieve the grandmaster norm, but she would need to win her 3 games.
Okay, it's possible, of course. So rook g7 played by Alexandra. Humpy is thinking. So rook e6. I guess rook e6 will be played.
How many players? We haven't had so many decisive games in this event, strangely. So how many players haven't won a game? Harika, Elisabeth, Bibisara, 10.
But I think the better statistics would be that we have an average number of moves, which I think is quite good. We don't have any short draws. So in general, fighting spirit is quite high, no matter of many draws happening. So rook g7 played, while in Sarasadat We had bishop f5, and then knight came back to c4, and I expect f6 to be played. Maybe even king h7, but f6 is maybe like good start to take away this square. f6, knight e3 is possible, but then you're allowing queen b1. Okay, queen b1 anyway, I can do it. Is this, I can do it.
Knight c4 back.
Back, okay, but now queen e4. I can also start with that. Wait, but king is h7 is also a possibility. So what will Dan choose?
So Dan is there.
Is there any
So
player celebrating a birthday during this event? We don't know yet. Till this moment, I think that was not the case. We know one commentator celebrated a birthday before the start. B4 played by Humpy. Rook g6.
But then we're entering the line.
Yes, we mentioned rook g6. Okay, you can play king c7. Is this an upgraded version? Okay, you can play it. But then I should just push my g pawn check, king b6, and to move somewhere the rook and to push. Rook h7, and then you take, I take, and just start drawing.
Rook a1. No.
Rook a1. If I go g6, might be too early.
No, I'm not sure. Rook g1, then king f5.
Yeah, I have rook h4.
But I'm losing because I wanted to take on f4, but I'm still losing.
Yes, king g5,
Yes.
take 7, king f6, king c5, rook h4, yeah. Maybe king b5, a little bit better. But anyway. Okay, I can play rook h8, yeah. Here, which move was played? Bishop e6, and then knight e6. Okay.
Somehow she's trying to avoid the move f6. For what is the reason? Because after knight d6, she doesn't have another useful move. Because king h7 now we can check. Queen d3. But let's say f6. Can you play king a3 here? I want to play knight d4.
But anyway, queen d4 now. This, I think you shouldn't allow.
Once again.
She's thinking about queen d4 now, but it's too early because of knight b5.
Then maybe I can start with knight b5. If you play f6, knight b5. What can you do here?
Yeah, that's good.
It's a good try.
Resource, yeah. With a6, maybe unnecessary. Probably not bad, but maybe unnecessary. Okay, still, Dan will need to be precise. Goryachkina is still thinking, rechecking.
And Alexandra
She took on
Goryachkina
g6.
also played, I don't know how to qualify it, this match because I think that she was on the verge of beating
Mm-hmm.
Zhu Wenjun in a dramatic match which was played in Russia and China.
Mm-hmm.
But Zhu Wenjun prevailed in this
Mhm.
match as well. So
Yeah, actually, that's something. For example, Magnus, he got this World Championship match experience, and you cannot find it elsewhere. So I think now Zhu Wenjun, that experience brings you like 10-15% when it's crucial.
Zhu Wenjun, she won against Zhongyi, then she in a match, then she beat Kateryna Lagno, then she defended her title once again, but since then the World Championship is played in a match format. Because before we had the World Championship tournaments, and then the one who would be winning the Olympic format would play also the winner of the Grand Prix series. It was a bit different at that time, so and the candidates then. So then she beat Alexandra Goryachkina. In 2023, she retained her title by beating Lei Tinji, and this year she will face Zhongyi.
So, Almira, how did you spend your free day?
It's an unexpected question. I was analyzing the position.
So, how was your free day?
Well,
No basketball.
No basketball. Yeah, somehow the free day, even when you're a player, might be tricky because it breaks the pace. So even though we are commentators, at some point, at 3 o'clock, yes, I didn't know what to do with myself. So
You wanted to go desperately to comment the games?
Yes, but I watched a few games from the tournament, which was played in Djerba, by the way, and our 17-year-old player, Marc-Andrea Morizzi, won this tournament convincingly and defeated. So he is a player to watch. From the younger generation, he won the World Junior
being only 16, yeah, I know this, yeah.
So, and he plays in a very interesting way. His games are always fun to watch. Like sacrifices on board, interesting opening ideas. I think that now he will be rated over 2600. Let's see what will happen next. In this tournament, he beat Vasily Ivanchuk and Volodar Murzin in the last round. Volodar Bakro is Volodar who won the World Rapid Championship last year. So yes, I've spent my free day watching chess as a spectator this time. I wanted also to try, in our hotel we have those different offers, and one attracted my eye. Especially, I know that a lot of sportsmen are using it, the cryotherapy. So I joked to myself that I wanted to be sure about the survival rate. So I was like, I'm still hesitating. But I think you can be exposed to the temperatures which go below like 150 degrees for like a short period of time. Maybe let's finish the commentary and then I will do it.
The day after. Yeah, it's so you relaxed. I took the different approach. I went to Nice, to Antibes, and to Cannes, As I mentioned, I was there 20 years ago. I shared second place, securing my second GM norm. And actually, I wanted to go to this film festival, and I just spotted that how they call this Jeu Festival de Jeu game. Yeah, I know that in that festival during chess tournament there was a tournament in Scrabble, in backgammon, and some other games, and I don't know, is there an open tournament? Before it was open tournament in July and also in February.
No, now there is also an open tournament.
Will be played. Yeah.
So today I think is the first round.
Oh, really? Okay, didn't know this, so I will check. And that was really nice experience. I was first in 1997. There was a tournament, and that time there was a match. I played in some C tournament, maybe C tournament. I was very young, a kid, and there was a match between like experienced players and young prodigies. And for prodigies, Etienne Bacrot was playing, Ruslan Ponomaryev, Tal Shaket, who just became a world junior champion, and Igor Nataf. While for experienced player like former stars, Spassky, Gligoric, Korchnoi, and Taimanov. And it was funny how they were like old, but they were still fighting. And the place was Hotel Majestic. Now I just came to check that hotel after how many? Almost 30 years, and at that time it was nice. I don't know, Gligoric would ask Korchnoi on Serbo-Croatian, Victor, kako si prošao? And then he says, I made a draw, and so on. They were like old, but still fighting like clowns. It was so nice to see Spassky when he was sitting there. True gentleman, and so on.
I remember those matches. Then there was a series of matches where those gentlemen faced ladies. I remember Nana Isiliani was playing as well, and I regret that we no longer have those events or more of those events.
Yes, for me that was like a really special experience. So I was like.
And Victor Korchnoi is always fun to watch.
Yeah, so, and actually that was my second norm, and last norm I took the year after in Sarajevo, and that was a round robin. That was interesting. I won the B event where 10 players were playing, like 4 grandmasters maybe. And in the A tournament, it was also round robin. Magnus played. He came second, but he was very young, so it was he was like 16 years old. It was nice to be on the same stage. So it was 2 round robins. I met his father and so on. Okay, so
what's happening
what's
on the
going
board?
on in the games? Let's check. So King C5 was played, right? And then
She went for the C
Rook
pawn.
E2, Rook C8. King B4, and she will take on C6, I guess. I don't know, maybe with this one. And when you take, you cannot take on B4 because white is quicker in this pawn race. So that means that after Rook C6, black needs to find some. But anyway, white wins later even by sacrificing the rook, and just 2 pawns are too fast. So we have moves. Yeah, she took with a different rook. No, she took with the same rook I mentioned, Rook C6. I am pretty sure that we will have a resignation quite quickly.
And I think that on the other board, Tan has made a very practical decision. She centralized her queen. She played Queen D5.
Queen D5 played. Okay, I agree. Is she preparing maybe some kingside assault? I don't know.
But what if knight E3 then?
Knight E3? Is she thinking queen d4 again? Can you fight with the d pawn? Maybe you can, maybe it's too early.
No, maybe you can take and then you attack it, yes. Knight c2.
Yeah.
e3, then knight e3. And
Yeah, this is something
you're
I
a
would
bit closer.
rather prepare.
So not king d4 here.
Okay, she will move the queen. I don't know.
But
queen d6. Also,
can
I
you
can
play
think
queen,
about queen f3.
queen f3, yes. Queen
Yeah.
c5, queen g3.
But this didn't happen. Knight e5 just been played. Actually, she's inviting f6. Yeah, f6. Nothing is wrong with f6 now.
6, knight c4 back.
Knight c4 back.
Or maybe knight f3, but then no, I don't like the knight on f3, so knight c4.
Rook d6 in Alexandra. Okay, she wants to prepare g6. But also she wants to prepare a mating net, maybe. King d8, rook d8. But she could have played it instantly. Okay, so she's combining some stuff, but this looks really tempting. Rook d6.
By the way, Alojzije, I was thinking about our, I think that in English it would be brilliancy prize, we were saying, because in French it's le prix de beauté, so a beauty prize, but brilliancy prize. Do you think that this game, even though it was extremely positional, could compete for this prize or not?
I was thinking about this question, I'm not sure. It was a really good game, but so are we searching for the most inspiring game or the best in terms of precision and quality? It's for sure a super good one, but I would rather love to see some tough moments, like Kateryna had it with this g4, and that it's super tough. I don't know. It's really hard to say, but it should be taken into consideration.
Yes, because I was thinking about our brilliancy prize, but we don't have a lot of victories. And if we dismiss a few games, then you only have like 2 or 3 games left. I hope that the last 3 rounds will be not only more exciting, but also will offer us more contenders at this prize.
No, d4 was not played. Rook d1 was played. g6, d4, king f5.
And why do we have d4 in the live game?
Which one?
I know.
Yeah, it's fine.
Very nice game also was played by Batkhuyag against Alexandra. But Alexandra misplayed the opening, so that's...
Yeah, okay, she sacrificed wrongly on f2. Yeah, but...
So for the moment, we have Kateryna Lagno against Elisabeth Paehtz. And what else? Kateryna won against Alexandra Goryachkina as well.
How will be this prize? How will be? There will be some jury, or
will be awarded? Yes, we have a jury. It's Dana Reznitz, Jean-Michel Rapper, and Zurab Ismaperishvili. So they will choose the game. You were talking about the film festival in Cannes. You know, it's not an easy job.
Yes, exactly. And when is Oscar?
The Oscar is coming very soon.
Yes, something in a few days.
Yes, after this, you have Césars in France, César ceremony, the Cérémonie des Césars, and then the Oscar. Actually, friends of mine are competing for the Oscars in the animation movie category. Yes,
fingers crossed.
For the wonderful cartoon, which is called Flow. And so I hope that they will win, and I hope that they will bring the Oscar to the restaurant, the statuette. So I wish them,
good luck.
Yes, all the luck they should have.
Okay, here there is a system how Goryachkina is winning. Rook b6 check, king goes to a5, rook b8, creating a mating net, king a6 force, rook c3, creating one. So again, a mating net, king a7, rook b4, rook a1 only move, and I can exchange, and that's it. d2, rook d4, and I'm on time. This is like the simplest way. There are some others as well. So d3 was played. And now Goryachkina is thinking about rook b6, rook b8. But she also maybe wants to play something else. Okay, Tan has finally made this king h7 move. And she is preparing king side penetration. Rook d7. Okay, that's a strange decision from Goryachkina. Tan against Sarah, queen e1. Now it's important if she spots queen d4. I think this is upgraded version. We mentioned this motive, but in a different way. We mentioned when the queen was already on d4 to play bishop e6, when bishop is taboo, but here after queen d4, queen e6, same motive, checkmate, and of course placing queen on d4 is an improvement. Here d2. I'm just thinking, is rook d2 now winning here? Probably it is. And then g7. You must
but
count.
wait, yes, let's calculate.
Rook g2, king f6, king runs, f5, king runs, king f7, king runs, f6, and this would be a draw if there is no b pawn. If there is no b pawn, this would be a draw. But there is a b pawn. Okay, still no need for that, because now I need to make this move because it was
once again.
Yeah, but I made the stupidest move, this rook d2.
But why don't you play king f6?
So I take and then
no.
Of course, no.
King f6.
Okay, king f6 is
F5,
winning. Yes, yeah, it's winning. I was saying that even rook d2 wins.
No, but we prepare this. We play king f6, f5, and then rook d2. G7 also wins, of course. But
The point is that she wants to play this and to win this position, let's say. And then we know this Philadelphia. Oh, sorry.
no, but after G7,
Yes.
Rook G1. Rook G1, maybe you can play. No, that was G6 that I tried
just
before.
take. And that's it. King f6, and that's it. King is cut, and white wins. So here Queen d4 played by Tan, and she just wins. But still, so Rook g1 played. Yeah, and she will get in Lucena's position, and that's it. Yeah, King f6 just pushes. Yeah.
Okay, let's switch to the game between Sarasadat and Tan.
But maybe we can just get final moments. Maybe we should go full screen with Goryachkina against Humpy, because really I expect some resignation coming. And now King f6, and I think that's about it. So let's go full screen. If we can go. Okay. Maybe no need for that. Because you could see anyway. King f6 was played. Yeah, let's move with the analysis board to this position. Knight d2 played. Yeah, Humpy resigned, but here Queen b4 wins. Queen c3 was played, but Almira Queen b4 and Bishop b3. Is there any tactics? Queen b1. Okay.
Queen b1 check?
Yes, and then, but I have c4. That also wins. But Tan played Queen c3.
It's not easy, as we know, to interview Alexandra Goryachkina because we always need a translator, but I would really hope that she will share her thoughts today with us. So let's wait a little bit.
Yeah.
And then Queen c3 and Queen d1 was played. Okay. King h6?
Yeah,
I noticed that.
Yeah, to prepare.
White is threatening Queen h5. Queen h5 and Queen d1 back.
Yes, this can be blundered because you don't see that this is also a threat.
So King h6, and now you want to take on b3.
Yeah, or
Bishop
to play
b3
c4 immediately. To c4 immediately. Same motive. Either c4 or to take on b3 and c4. Same motive.
Well, you also want to take on g3.
Yes. Yes. Maybe we can go full screen with Sarah, because it seems to me that she dropped another pawn and that she's on the verge of defeat, and this will come very quickly. She takes on g3. And now it's knight d4, but this allows queen g2. She resigned. Yes, I think we will have an interview, but in the meantime, we can conclude our day with pairings, with results and standings.
And standings. And the pairings, of course.
So Tan scored the first victory.
But a very important victory, nevertheless, with the black pieces. So she gets closer to, let's say, to the leaders, but she's only on 50%.
So let's get the results first. So 2 decisive games in the end. Won. Goryachkina won and Tan won, and maybe we can have a standings.
And Batkhuyag Munguntuul is still undefeated.
Yes, she's actually story of the tournament. She's still, very close to a GM. So, very good.
She'll need to score 2.5 out of 3.
So, Kateryna is a solo leader. And then Goryachkina and Munguntuul are right behind her. 3 players who can catch the leader in case of some slip. And still unclear. Where the pairings of the next round, or we can have an interview. I think, Almira, we can conclude our broadcast for today. Thanks for watching us. We will have an interview now, tomorrow, same time. And 3 rounds to go.
Thank you.
Maybe we can leave you with the stand.
It's okay. check, main. Are we good? Redo? Good to go? Okay. Try again, this happens in life. I am joined here by 2 Alexandras, including Alexandra Goryachkina, who just played a beautiful game to beat Humpy Koneru in the 6th round of the FIDE Women's Grand Prix. We're going to speak about chess side of things in this critical position. Move 39, Humpy has less than a minute left and then plays the blunder Rook A8. Alexandra, what were your thoughts in this position?
Първо начинам с шахматной позиции. В этой позиции в ТРЦ-9 ходу Конеру си играла ладья А8. Это завох в этой позиции. Что ты думаешь, как ты чувствовала себя? Что ты думала во время тура в этой позиции?
Я в целом не успела ее посчитать. Я вижу, что я зацепилась, потому что у меня есть идея сдвоить ладьи по H и влезть, и поставить ей какие-то проблемы, но это 39-й ход, и у нее минута, и я просто пыталась ходить быстрее, чтобы
но она как меньше могла думать и, скорее всего, ошиблась бы.
So I wasn't able to calculate position, but I saw that she's in time trouble, and I saw that I have opportunity to use open age file, and I tried to play as fast as possible, so that maybe use this to give her opportunity to make mistake during time trouble that happened in the game actually.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened and led to the win. And that makes me ask my next question. You started off with a rough loss in the first round and came back to have a victory, 2 victories in the tournament so far. How did you mentally achieve this and keep this momentum going?
Нас тоже интересует, потому что ты проиграла первый тур, а сейчас ты выиграла 2 партии. Как ты приготовилась к этому? Что случилось с тобой? Как ты начала этот переход к выигрышу в турнире?
Да, ну в первой партии моя соперница играла просто здорово, и в целом, ну, возможно, я могла бы лучше защищаться и даже, может быть, спастись где-то, но это был тяжелый день для меня. Но в дальнейшем как бы моя жизнь не стала легче, потому что я в каждой партии пытаюсь там по 5 часов, по 5,5, там по 90 ходов, но вот в каких-то удается, в каких-то нет. Пока так.
So in the first game, my opponent just played well game, and maybe it was very heavy game, heavy position, and also heavy day for me because I tried to do something in the position, maybe to fight for something, but at the end I lost. Anyway, my approach to chess is that I'm fighting. I'm trying to play 5.5, 6 hours. I'm trying to play even 90 moves. So I'm trying my maximum every day to show in the games and to get from the games.
Well, that's exactly what we saw, like even in the game against Bibisara, a long grind, playing out till the very end, which is very admirable. Not a question, but you can translate and tell him.
Ты сыграла очень длинную партию с Бибисару, и, кстати, это всем нам нравится, как ты борешься в каждом туре.
And the final question is, yesterday was a rest day and we are in the second half of the event now. First of all, what did you do on your rest day to reset for the second half? And what do you think are your chances of catching up to the winner to take the second?
Так, последний вопрос. Вчера у нас всех был день отдыха. Что ты делала на день отдыха? И тоже, что ты думаешь об этом? Какие шансы у тебя выиграть этот турнир?
Ну, вчера я отдыхала, я провела почти весь день со своей сестрой, как-то пыталась разрядиться. А по поводу дальнейшего турнира, ну, я просто играю и пытаюсь использовать как можно больше шансов, а дальше уже будь что будет.
So yesterday I spent time with my sister and I tried to restart myself to don't be in the chess tournament, to continue event well. And about, I don't know, I'm playing all the games.
Goryachkina, and good luck with the rest of your games.
Спасибо большое и удачи.
Спасибо. Yeah, and we have a few social media.